scheduled for yesterday. I'm using the same ID and password. Okay.
Yeah, because I only see Mr. Sherman in the meeting. I sent out a new one this
Last
morning.
adjourned. I'll judge the president kind for you.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your patience and for being on time this morning. After a few, just a hiccup here, I think we are ready to proceed. And as I mentioned, the plaintiff begins with the presentation of evidence. And so at this time, plaintiff may call their first witness.
Call Mr. Patterson, Your Honor, Randall Patterson.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear affirm to the testimony in the matter of this case you should hear is truth and nothing but the truth to help you.
I do.
By speaking clearly to the mic, would you state your name and spell your name in court?
William Randall Patterson, William Randall Patterson.
Mr. Patterson, where do you live?
5219 Sewanee Dam Road in Sewanee, Georgia.
And you have family?
I do.
Tell us about your family.
I have a wife of 40 years, 2 grown daughters, been blessed with 5 grandsons and 1 granddaughter.
Right? Your age,
I'm 71.
right? Tell us what education beyond high school. Well, first of all, where'd you grow up?
Grew up in Dallas, Georgia.
Okay. And tell us about your education beyond high school.
Attended Georgia Tech for 2.5 years, and due to some health issues, I transferred to Southern Tech, which was a division of Georgia Tech at the time, and finished up at night and got my degree in civil engineering technology.
Right? Tell us about your employment history before BMC. Well, BMC, when did you start BMC?
1985.
Okay, 40 years ago.
Yes, sir.
All right, before that, what was your
Previous to that,
experience?
I was with an engineering firm, Benchmark Engineering, out of Norcross. Before that, I worked at a liquor store while I was going to school at night. And, in between that, I worked at DuPont. I was in Pennsylvania for a year and Delaware for a year as an engineer.
You are a state licensed contractor.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you plaintiff's exhibit 1. Is this a verification of your licensure with the state?
Yes, sir.
Offer plans to take it.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit.
Now, what kind of business is BMC?
It's a residential remodeling company.
And BMC's been doing that for 40 years? you
Yes,
say?
sir.
All right. Do you have any employees?
My wife is the secretary of the company, so she's part-time. She just does the books.
And you're the president, CEO?
Yes, sir.
How do you do your work then if you don't have employees?
It's all subcontractors.
Right? And this is residential remodeling.
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, what does that cover?
Renovations to bathrooms, kitchens, basement finishes out, decks, additions, so forth, anything that a homeowner needs pretty much. I don't get into foundation repairs as far as water leaks, swimming pools or anything like that. That's not what we do.
Now, if licensed subcontractors do the work, what is your role?
To manage the contract, the subcontractors, order materials, do paperwork, pretty much everything that needs to be done.
Okay. All right. Jobs that you do, do they require permits from the local jurisdiction?
Most of them do. I typically leave that up to the homeowner if they want us to pull a permit. My work's not going to be any different with or without the permit. Some homeowners are afraid that the jurisdiction is going to raise their tax base, so they don't want a permit, but I typically leave it up to them.
And if they wish a permit,
Then I obtain the permit.
okay, you get a permit in this job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who manages the scheduling of the subcontractor?
I do.
All right. Now, there was a reference yesterday to something like a plan, a building plan. Do you have a standard schedule for the work, scheduling your subs for the work that is to be done?
Just in my experience, I don't typically write anything out. If a homeowner wants to know what the process is, I'll walk them through that. But it's not like, renovation is not like new home building. You can't schedule subs and everything exactly when you want them. They have other schedules. When you start opening up floors and walls and ceilings, you don't know what you're going to find. So there's always hiccups. And when you have to reschedule a sub or material delivery, it just has a domino effect and just right on down the line to everybody else. So no matter how hard you try to put a plan together, it's more than likely going to change.
Who manages the communication with the client, the homeowner?
Typically myself. Occasionally we have an architect and or decorator involved,
Okay.
but that's hired by the homeowner, not by me.
Now, how did you make contact with Mr. and Ms. Richmond?
The architect that we mentioned yesterday, Cincy Karaginas, she and I have done work together, gosh, over 20 years. And she knows what jobs I can do, what jobs I'm not interested in, that kind of thing. So she typically passes my name along, and then I will go meet with the homeowner, and it's totally up to them whether they hire me or not.
Yeah, she's got a multi-syllabic last name, but goes by Cincy.
Cincy.
So if we hear about Cincy, that's the.
Yes, her name is Cynthia, but she goes by Cincy.
Okay. All right. How long have you had that referral relationship with Cincy?
Like I say, over 20 years, maybe closer to 25.
Now, this project began in 2022. Do you still get referrals from Cincy?
I do.
Okay. All right.
Though I'm trying to retire, I still have people call.
And are Cincy's referrals a significant part of your business?
For the larger projects, which is typically when an architect is hired, yes, sir.
Okay. So, did you receive a call from Cincy about this job or from the homeowners, the Richmonds?
I think I may have had a call from Cincy just saying that she had a job in mind for me and she was going to recommend me, but just a heads up more than anything else.
All right. So take us from there. What did you do to be able to prepare an estimate for this job?
I met with Cincy and the homeowners, the Richmonds, at the job site once they had closed on the home, and we walked through it so I could see kind of what we're starting from existing. Cincy had some plans that she'd done for them. I think they were pretty close to finalized at the time. So I made notes, so forth, and I said, typically what I do is she sends me a PDF of the plans, Cincy does. And I will send that out to the subcontractors. And they will give me their best input on their quote based on the plans. Now, this, like most projects of this nature, don't have a lot of details. It's just a set of plans. There's no identification of what kind of cabinets we're using, countertops, tile, so forth and so on. And that was the case here.
So you get the plans from Cincy. You had seen the job site, the house.
Yes,
Were
sir.
were the Richmonds living in the house?
No, sir.
What kind of house was it?
An older home, roughly 50 years old. There had been an addition to the home from original construction. And it was over a crawl space, whereas the original house was over a basement. That had some issues, so we had to address those at some point, but I saw that beforehand.
All right, so you get the information back from your subs. And what kind of subs are we talking about?
Everything from drywall guys to flooring guys to electricians, heating and air, plumbers, painters, pretty much every sub that I can get a quote on.
And did you put together an estimate?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will show you. Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. Is this the estimate that you gave to the Richmonds to begin this job?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, if you'll put it up on the screen, please, Brittany.
It won't allow me to, it says I can't.
We'll fix it. All right, Mr. Derryberry, if we can enable screen sharing or make co-host, what would be your username here?
Bylawoffices.com.
All right, Pylaw co-host. All right,
Brittany at
there it is.
PyLawOffices.com.
Your co-host now. Try that again.
Oh, you said exhibit 2, correct?
Yes. All right. Thank you. All right, Randall, what is the format of this estimate?
It's a basic write-up of scope of work, as I understand it, from meeting with Cincy Plans and the Richmonds.
All right. And you've broken it down by, would this be by work done by particular subcontractors?
It's done by trade, yes, sir.
Okay. And the last sentence of the first paragraph reads, as there is a great deal of detail in most of the numbers, let me know if you have questions regarding any specific trade. Did you get any requests from the Richmonds for more information on this estimate?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Okay. And is the order of the estimate, is that generally the order of the work to be done, starting with demolition?
I would say roughly, but not exclusively, no, sir.
Okay. And so we start with demolition. What demolition had to be done?
There were quite a few walls to be taken out and relocate, moved around, come up with a new floor plan. We had to open up some ceilings so that we could do wiring. And we made some changes to some ceilings. The addition that I mentioned had parquet flooring in it, and we were going to go back with hardwood to meet up with the other hardwood on the main floor. So we had everything from flooring to walls to electrical. We totally ripped out all the electrical, all the plumbing, which was a good thing on the electrical because we found just taped up wires inside the walls. I'm surprised the house didn't burn down from the original addition that someone had done. So pretty much gutted the house.
Okay. All right, framing. What sort of framing was to be done?
Again, we moved some walls. We relocated door openings. We raised the ceiling of the master suite. Had to put in new beams because we took out some load-bearing walls, and this had been engineered. This was part of Cincy's plans. An engineer had looked at the job, as she said, multiple times, trying to figure out how this thing was being held up. And he gave us an engineered plan that we followed. So that was part of the framing as well.
But you said there was an engineered plan?
Yes, sir.
Who furnished that?
Jack Bell.
And who hired Mr. Bell?
I believe Cincy did.
Okay, but you did.
That plan was there when I got the plans from Cincy.
Okay.
That was included.
All right. I see in doors and windows, you are purchasing. Tell us about that.
Yes, sir. That's, the Richmonds were going to provide all the windows and exterior doors, the front and rear exterior door and a couple of basement doors, exterior basement doors. So
What would be your role when the Richmonds furnished new doors and windows?
we install them.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Trim. What's that about?
Like it says here, the baseboard, casing, crown molding, et cetera, will be consistent with the existing in the house. There's also some exterior trim and siding patches included. We were taking a single garage door and making two doors out of it. So that trim work had to be done. Exterior trim work around the new doors and windows that were put in.
Okay. Next page, electrical.
Yes, sir. Like I say, we completed, gutted the electrical, put in new panels and everything.
Okay. Plumbing.
Same thing there. All plumbing was ripped out.
All right. HVAC, 3 new ream units.
Yes, sir. We took out the units that were there and put in three, one for each level, one for the basement, one for the main floor, and one for the upper level.
Who selected the units?
Well, my subcontractor uses Ream, and he and Mr. Richmond had a phone conversation to discuss what efficiency they wanted to use on each level.
All right. So that was an agreed selection of units.
Yes, sir.
All right. Insulation.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
We did foam insulation in the attic. And then during the process of the project, Mr. Richmond wanted some other insulation done in the walls that we opened up. We wound up reinsulating the garage ceiling and stripping the drywall off the garage walls, insulating that.
Was that in the plans that you were
No, sir.
provided?
No, sir.
How did that come about then?
Well, I think he was just trying to get a more efficient home.
Was that discussed with Mr. Richmond?
At the time, yes, he's the one that requested it, and I gave him pricing for it, and
All right.
we
Okay.
he decided to add it.
All right. Cabinets.
Yes, sir.
Who selected the cabinets?
Well, I have a cabinet subcontractor that they met with the Richmonds, and they came up with the design, the colors, the bells and whistles, I call it, the pullouts, how the drawers are laid out, so forth and so on.
That wasn't specifically in the plans, any particular.
Since he had drawings, but they're pretty generic. They're pretty well covered, but when you get down to what the inside of the cabinets are, that's not part of her job most of the time. So that's a meeting with the cabinet people to discuss and go over all that.
Did you buy the cabinets or?
Yes, sir. The
Okay.
subcontractor worked through me.
All right. Tops.
Yes, sir.
What kind of tops?
The countertops for the bathrooms and the kitchen.
All right. Flooring. Now the flooring, it says hardwood floors will be patched and installed where needed. Then all will be sanded and stained with 3 coats of water-based poly. What were the hardwood floors in the house already?
There was a good bit of it, except for the, like I mentioned, the parquet area.
Okay. And so the existing hardwood floors were going to be patched. uh, uh, and then what would be installed where needed?
That's where we took out walls, where we made some changes. Obviously, there's no hardwood flooring under walls. So when anything like that got taken out or openings moved over, that was going to have to be what they call weaving in. So that's the patches and repairs.
Right. Next page. Tile says owner to provide all tile and grout on the site.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, I don't ever get into selecting tile for a homeowner. They had hired a decorator, so she was going to work with Ms. Richmond and go through that. Tile can run $1 a square foot to $20 a square foot, and I have no idea what they want at that time. Most homeowners don't know when they start a project like this what they want for tile. So I just leave it to them, and they can spend as much or as little as they want to on that material.
So they selected the tile and purchased the tile.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you installed?
Correct.
Okay. Glass,
Yes, sir.
mirrors, and frameless shower enclosures.
Yes, sir.
Who selected those?
Well, they did finally, but it's pretty inclusive. I mean, a frameless door is a frameless door. The only thing that can change maybe is the size, or if they request specific handles or hardware, that kind of thing.
All right. Elevator.
Yes, sir.
What kind of elevator are we talking about?
I had met with an elevator company, just a personal elevator to go from the basement to the second floor. So it wasn't anything extravagant, but it was a nice unit.
And the Richmonds wanted an elevator installed in their house.
That was the original discussion, yes, sir. So that was included in the original quote.
Was an elevator installed?
No, sir.
Why not?
They decided to save the money at this time and reduce the budget as much as they could. So they did ask us to go ahead and frame and get the elevator ready to go in, but just not put the actual unit in.
So the framing of an elevator not to be installed, where would it go from where to where?
We had to cut out concrete in the basement slab because when you have an elevator, it can't stop at the main level. It has to go lower than the concrete slab because it has to recess down into the slab. So we cut that out, dug down and repoured a new foundation for that. And then it's just basically a frame shaft all the way up through the basement, first floor, second floor.
Was this framing enclosed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There were doors, we put in wooden doors at the time just because the elevator wasn't going in, but we did put in doors on first and second level.
All right. And then there's the miscellaneous permit fees, dumpsters, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
And then this estimate concludes that this will be a cost plus basis.
Yes, sir.
What does cost plus mean?
Cost plus is the cost of all materials and all subcontractor labor, dumpsters, porta potties, everything. When it's all added up, and then a 20% fee added on top of that.
All right. Is that the customary arrangement for cost plus?
For a job this size, that's customary. Yes, so that's what insurance companies allow, and that's typically what I've used for this size.
Was that specifically discussed with the Richmonds?
Well, I don't remember if we got down to the specifics of that, but they knew it was cost plus because it's written here.
All right. Now, this estimate is actually not signed by either one of you.
No, sir.
Why is that?
Well, it's an email, so I didn't sign it. I just sent it out as a proposal. And that's what I've done for years and years and years. Just if you accept the proposal, then I assume we have an agreement to go to work.
And was the proposal accepted?
Yes, sir.
And did you then begin the project?
Yes, sir.
Now, were there any changes to the scope of work provided in this initial estimate?
Yes, sir. Not sure I can remember all of them, but when we first got ready to start, Mr. Richmond decided again to save money that he wanted to not do the basement work and not do the elevator. So that was going to reduce the price of the entire job. But then once we got going, they decided they wanted to demo the basement, go ahead and put in the HVAC system for the basement, but still eliminate the elevator itself, but frame it for a future elevator. So that was pretty much at the very beginning of the project. Then as we got going, there were two fireplaces in the house. One that was in the dining room and one that was in what I'd call the family room. They both went from the basement all the way up through the roof. They were masonry fireplaces. The one in the dining room was going to be removed. That was part of the original. They were going to leave the one in the family room, just eliminating it from out of the second floor, but leaving it on the first floor for a future fireplace of different magnitude, maybe a gas direct vent, something like that. Then when we got going and they checked into the price of all that second fireplace unit, decided didn't want to do that either. So we had to take the chimney firebox down to the basement. So it stopped at the ceiling of the basement. So that was additional demolition to get rid of that. Then, of course, we had to frame up that opening and close that back in because now there's no fireplace there. We wound up taking out the ceiling of the dining room so that we could do better lighting and it had a coffered ceiling. I'm not sure if you know what that is, but it's
I do not.
kind of a tic-tac-toe looking pattern out of trim on a flat ceiling to give you little sections, if you will. Well, they had a light in the center of it, but it wasn't where she wanted our tables, and we were going to do different lighting in the room. So we just stripped all that out.
Randall, let me show you plaintiff's exhibit 3. Is this a list of the changes that were made, scope or outlined in plaintiff's exhibit 2?
Your Honor, I object to showing this exhibit right now before it's been admitted. We also have an objection to the exhibit.
Well, I haven't offered it yet.
It's signed to identify.
Okay, well, let's not interrupt each other. We don't want to show it to the jury until it's
Oh,
been
I'm
tendered.
sorry.
Sorry,
I thought.
All right. So, now you can ask your next question.
Is that document a list of the changes in the scope of work?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now, was that document shown to the Richmond?
At some point, yes, sir.
But during the work project, was
No, sir, because this changes were incremental. It wasn't all done at one time.
so did the Richmonds agree to the changes listed in plaintiff's exhibit 3?
Your Honor, I object to the questioning about this list of changes. The list comes from a page of a report that was not prepared until September 23, 2025. It's something that was prepared for trial. It's not something that was prepared in the regular course of business. It's not been identified as past recollection reported. We object to the witness testifying from the exhibit or questions about the exhibit being provided to the Richmonds.
All right. So until it's actually been tendered, I think he is allowed to look at whatever he wants in order to testify. And if plaintiff instead wants to tender it for demonstrative purposes, we can take it up at that point too. So objection overruled. You can proceed.
Randall, did all of those, that list, what did the Richmonds agree to all of those items on their list from time to time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is simply a demonstrative list of what was agreed to verbally by the parties?
Yes, sir.
All right, offer plaintiff's exhibit 3.
Your Honor, Mr. Paso is a demonstrative exhibit. It's not real evidence. And we object to the admission of it for the reasons I stated.
All right. It's tendered and accepted for demonstrative purposes only.
Uh, when did you actually start work on this project?
I believe it was the last week of February, 2022.
Okay. There is not a time estimate in the scope of work estimate.
No, sir.
What was there, did you tell the Richmonds how long it would take you to do the job from the scope of work in the estimate?
I gave him a time frame. Mr. Richmond originally asked me if it could be done by July. And I told him, no, sir, no way. So then I told him a time frame of 7 to 9 months is what I would expect based on,
From February,
well, basically from the 1st of March.
1st of March. Okay. So that would be by the end of the year, ballpark?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did the changes made by agreement with the Richmonds and their request, did that change the time it took to do the project?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Well, like I say, when you add the work, the additional work of taking out another fireplace box, when we opened up some walls and ceilings and found some structural issues that had to be readdressed by the engineer, all those things take time to fix and to order materials and to get the engineer back out to look at the job and so forth and so on. I typically have, and I did in this case, have the homeowners walk the job with the electrician and with the plumber. Because we have an electrical and plumbing plan, but those often change. And there's often specifics that aren't noted on the plans. They may want more outlets, or they may want switches in different locations and so forth and so on. So until you know all those facts and details, number one, you can't come up with a price. Number two, you can't come up with an exact schedule. But anytime you make a change to a project that's following a set of plans, then you're going to add, rarely does it go down because you're taking something out that you weren't going to do. For example, on the basement, when they don't want to finish the basement, then obviously that's a deduct. But 9 times out of 10, when you make a change to a scope of work, it's an add-on, and that adds time and money.
And when you would make these changes as requested, or as agreed, was there any discussion about how much longer, if at all, it would take to do them?
No, sir.
It just,
Not that I remember, no, sir.
that was just assumed.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, this estimate you have, first of all, it has the numbers, and then it indicates that it is an estimate, which
Yes, sir.
can change. What was the agreement about you getting paid?
Well, we didn't get into that specifically up front, but typically on a job like this, I don't ever require money up front unless I have to have a deposit for one of the subcontractors. In other words, had I ordered the windows for the job, then I would want a deposit for the windows, because once they're ordered and delivered and they change their mind, I can't use them. So I've got to buy them regardless. When I order the cabinets, the cabinet guy wants a deposit. He's typically the only subcontractor I have that wants a deposit so he can go out and buy all of his wood and everything. But I typically, on a job like this, I would try to invoice once a month. And it's usually in arrears. So we do a month's worth of work. I send an invoice for what has been done that month.
So you were buying the material,
Yes, sir.
you were paying the subs for their
Yes, sir.
labor,
Yes, sir.
and incidentals,
Yes, sir.
and then you would bill the Richmond.
Correct.
Okay. And that's your business model. That's how you do business.
That's what I've done. Yes, sir.
Now, you sent bills, you say typically every month.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you plaintiff's exhibit 4. Is this a copy of the invoice? The first invoice?
Yes, sir.
Claims Exhibit 4.
No objection, Your Honor.
Or is admitted.
Okay, Britton, if you'll put that up, please. All right, can you tell us what that's an invoice for?
For the permit to do the project, demolition labor, materials and dumpsters, and the chimney demo and roof repairs.
Okay, that's $38,000.
Yes, sir.
And the Richmonds paid that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was any discussion, objection, argument about it?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. Now, did you send an invoice like that, that is the work during that particular month, periodically?
Pretty much at the end of the month, yes, sir. So this is March 24th, so there would have been one April 20-something, 30, whatever.
Did there come a time when the Richmonds asked for a list of receipts for each invoice?
Not each invoice until we got down to the very end, after the fact.
When they stopped paying?
Yes, sir.
And did they then say, we need a list of the invoices that we've paid?
They wanted copies of all the invoices from the subs, all the bills from the materials, which I copied and provided.
And did you provide a list of those expenses?
I gave him copies of all the bills and invoices they wanted, and then per his request, I followed up later with a breakdown of every trade.
All right. I'll show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 4A. Is this a copy of that March 24 invoice? And attached to it a list of the receipts for that invoice.
Yes, sir.
Offer 4A, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge, but I don't think it's been established when this was prepared. I guess that part of the foundation is missing.
All right, Mr.
Well,
Pye, if you want to.
I believe he said when a disagreement arose and the request was made, and that's when it was prepared.
All right, well, anything, if you need any more level of specificity, I'll let you take that up on cross, Mr. Sherman. It'll be admitted.
All right, Randall, the first page of 4A is simply a copy of 4. Is that right?
With a little
With a little
description,
more detail.
little more breakdown and description of what exactly was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Permit, so forth, and then demolition, you've broken that down in considerable detail.
Yes, sir. I took the hours that I'd paid the subs to do the work and kind of did a running list of what had been done.
355 man-hours
Yes, sir.
demolition, okay. All right, then the second page of 4A, and again, this was provided to Mr. Richmond after a dispute arose and he quit paying.
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is a breakdown of the receipts for the invoice on page 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you provided him copies of the receipts for materials?
He already had the copies of the receipts for materials and the bills from the subcontractors, which most of the time described what they did for that invoice.
All right. And then it shows for each category, it shows the 20%
Yes, sir.
overhead and profit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to follow the same process. Show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. So it's an April 27, 2022 invoice.
Yes, sir.
Offer plans 5, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
5 is amended.
And I'll show you plaintiff's 5A. Is a copy of that same invoice with a list of receipts provided to the ready.
Yes, sir.
Offer 5A, Your Honor.
No objection.
5 is amended.
All right. And Mr. Richmond paid that invoice without complaint,
Yes, sir.
right? Next.
Mr. Pye, just because I can kind of preview what's ahead, perhaps we authenticate and admit them in bulk, and then you can follow up on your questions individually, so you don't have to approach maybe a dozen times. Would that interrupt your flow? If not, do what you want to do. I'm just offering that as a suggestion.
I'll do what Your Honor tells me to do.
All right.
All right.
I mean, tentatively, is there an objection to 6 through 14A?
Well, the latter are a little different.
Okay, well then, forgive me for interrupting. You do what you need to do. Go ahead.
I'm old, but I'm not too old to learn. All right, Randall. I'm going to show you exhibits 6, 6A, 7, 7A, 8, 8A, 9, 9A, 10, 10A, 11, 11A, 12, and 12A. Are those invoices monthly for the materials you had purchased, the labor you had paid for through that period of time? That being the numbered exhibits, and the lettered exhibits including a list of receipts for the labor and materials on the first sheet.
Yes, sir. And I might also note that at the end of all of these itemized breakdowns, if you will, I noted the extras that were included in those bills and how much each of those were.
First of all, offer those exhibits, Your Honor.
And can you tell me the number, Tom, where those ran through?
It was 6 through 12A.
6 through 12A. No objection, Your Honor, with the understanding that the A's were prepared after the fact, not the monthly invoices that we submitted at the time.
All right, any disagreement with that, Mr. Pye?
That has been the testimony, and that's certainly agreeable.
All right, 6 through 12A are admitted.
All right, I tell you what, Randall, look at 12A, which is the December 1, 2022 invoice.
I'm trying to keep them in order here.
It ought to be the bottom of the.
All right, 12A. Yes, sir.
Put 12A up, please, Brittany. And go to the last page. Okay. At the end of the last page of the A exhibit, you have listed extras included in the above.
Yes, sir.
And you describe that.
Yes,
the
sir.
Extras
Yes, sir.
with the price.
Yes, sir.
And you had, I believe you said you had provided the actual receipts to Mr.
Yes, sir. They have copies of all invoices and receipts.
Was there anything more you could have provided that would have given the information that Richmond's needed?
I mean, those, when you add those up, those are my costs. And so then the 20% is added to that. So no, sir, I'm not sure what else I could have given them.
I noticed the second item, cabinets. Cabinets, 35% of the original budget is $37,023. 35 of the new budget, 48,618, and then some other figures. So it's 11,595 over budget.
Yes, sir.
And what accounts for the new budget for cabinets?
That's after they met and discussed with the cabinet guys. They added some cabinetry. They made some changes, some details like we talked about earlier. So that was just the increase in the cabinet guys' quote.
Based on their request and instruction.
Yes, sir. And they were given that number when I got it from the cabinet guy.
Okay. All right. That's December.
Yes, sir.
Now I will show you plaintiff's exhibit 13 and 13A. Are those exhibits for December 2022?
Yes, sir.
And that invoice is for 117,710.
Yes, sir.
For 13 and 13A, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, put 13 up, please, Brittany. Okay, can you enlarge it a little bit? Okay. December 16, 2022, that lists progress payments on interior renovations, which total 46,000. And then it says previous invoice December 1, 71,000.
Yes, sir.
What happened there?
I had not been paid.
Okay. Was there an explanation for why you hadn't been paid the December 1 invoice?
Pretty much that they wanted things completed. They had some issues with various subcontractors not being completed yet, not completed to their satisfaction. So he was refusing to pay from that point forward.
So you had put out, I guess, 80% of 71,000?
Yes, sir.
71 is labor materials plus
And
20.
20%. Yes, sir.
So that's $50,000.
Yes, sir.
And they wanted more work done by the
Some more
sub
work was needed to be done. Yes, sir.
before they would pay you for what had been done already.
Yes, sir. You can see from this invoice, the work we did basically from December to December 16th, December 1, that invoice, this amount of work was done in that 2-week period.
All right. Now also on 13A, like the last exhibit, last page of 13A, we have the list of invoices.
Yes, sir.
And then the last page, we have extras included.
Yes, sir.
Fourth coat of poly on floor.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
The Richmonds had, I believe, 2 dogs at the time, so they wanted an extra coat of protection on the hardwood floors. Typically, and as I mentioned in the quote, I always include 3 coats of poly, but they wanted an extra coat for the protection of the dog's claws on the floor.
Was there a problem with the floor that just needed another coat of
No, so we
poly?
just, at their request, we added a 4th coat.
And then plumbing, move drain line for beam installation. What's that about?
Well, we had to install that was back to getting the engineer back in there for structural issues that we found. That work was done, obviously, way prior to this, but I had not gotten the plumbing bill from the plumber until this point. That's why it's just now being invoiced.
Okay.
So the work had to be done before we could put the structural member in.
So was that work an addition to the scope of work originally contemplated?
Yes, sir, it was an addition. The engineer had to come back out and redesign something.
All right. And that's their engineer or Sensi's engineer?
Yes, sir, same engineer.
Okay. Now, show you Exhibit 14 and 14A. Is this the March 1, 2023? This is 2+ months later,
Yes, sir.
invoice. And 14A being the invoice with the list of receipts. Those invoices.
Yes, sir, they're correct.
Offer 14 and 14A.
No objection.
Admitted.
And put 14 up, please, Brittany. Okay, enlarge it a little bit, please. Okay, now this one shows December 1, previous invoice, December 1, 71,000 not paid. And then the December 16, 46,000 not paid. So this invoice was for $58,980 of current work and 18,000 of past due work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, the last page of 14A. Now, again, is a receipt for invoice. That's a breakdown of the charges, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And then it's got extras included, countertops overage, 22,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you were continuing to do work for the Richmonds even though they weren't paying you.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, I just figured it was the right thing to do. I mean, I agreed to do the work and we were trying to follow up and get them satisfied. That's just the way I've done business.
Okay. Well, that didn't work out, did it?
No, sir.
Goodness sake. I will show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 15. What is that title?
I labeled it invoice analysis.
And did you prepare this for Mr. Richmond?
Yes, sir.
Offer plaintiff's 15, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And at what stage of the non-payment did you offer this invoice analysis?
I'm sure it was after he had requested additional backup.
Okay. And once again, it goes through the specifics of the job and gives an analysis and explanation.
Yes, sir. I tried to describe what all we had done and why things were over budget. Again, in a write-up as opposed to just numbers.
Okay. Mr. Richmond had given you some sort of a complaint or demand, had he not?
Yes, sir.
Look at the last page of Exhibit 15. And then it says, in your summary, and you respond to his complaints,
Yes, sir.
including a deduction of 15,000 for framing, and you have no idea what that's about.
No, sir.
Now, you said the Richmonds at the beginning were not living in the house.
Correct.
Did they ultimately move into the house?
Yes, sir.
And was that while the work was going on?
We still had some things to do. Yes, sir.
Was there a discussion about that?
Yes, sir. I told them it was, we'd continue to work. But obviously it's their house. I can't force them not to move in if they want to move in. But they were aware that we did not have a CO. We did not have a final inspection.
Would occupants of the house affect the progress of the work at all?
It slows us down sometimes, but as long as we had access to the house, we should have been able to keep on going.
All right, and Mr. Richmond apparently said that in this summary that he wanted you to pay for 20 days that they'd been out of the house.
Yes, sir.
What's that about?
They had wanted to be in the house by Thanksgiving, which we did not meet, and I never promised we would. I said I'd try. This is an additional rent that they had to pay their landlord before they moved out of where they were living into the house.
And he wanted you to pay for that,
Yes, sir.
even though you were continuing to do work and not getting paid.
Yes, sir.
Now, did there reach a time when you and the Richmonds were just at loggerheads, couldn't make any progress?
Yes, sir.
And did you then ask me to file a lien to protect your interest?
I did. Yes, sir.
So you Plaintiff's Exhibit 29. Just a copy of the lien and my letter to the Richmonds for the Federal Express receipt.
Yes, sir. It appears to be.
What's the date of that letter?
May 19th, 2023.
Offer plaintiff's 29, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my 29 has a lot of other pages in it. It's fine with me. I just want to make sure that what's being offered to the witness is what I have in my book.
The letter last invoice, the lien, and the FedEx receipt document.
You just take a look at what he has and make sure y'all are on the same page.
And there's an email to me from the. Is
Oh,
that part of the exhibit?
no, that's not part. You asked for it and I sent you a copy, but I don't. Is there an email to Mr. Sherman?
That,
All right, well, let's take that out. Thank you, pardon. Just my letter and the lien and the FedEx.
You can leave the email in if you want. It's fine with me.
We're just trying to make sure we know
I just wanted to
what's
make
in,
sure.
what's out.
Right.
Okay, so we know
So-
what's in, so 29 is deemed admitted.
Not only send it to Richmond, send it to their lawyer. Okay. Randall, this a big job.
yes, sir.
Have you had jobs of this size before?
Yes, sir.
Have you been unable to complete those other jobs for any
No, sir.
reason? Could you have completed this job if you'd been allowed to do so?
Yes, sir.
Why did you not complete the job?
Well, we ran into issues of access, availability, quality of work, wanting different subcontractors to do the work because they weren't satisfied with my original subs, which I've never gone through before. My subs are loyal to me. If the homeowner doesn't like something, I don't like something, we get it fixed. These subcontractors have been with me from 5 to 30 years. And they know if they don't do quality work, then I'm not going to keep using them.
Did the Richmonds ever demand that one or more of your subcontractors leave the job?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Well, the last one was due to the trim issues that we had, and I admit there are some trim issues that need correcting. I searched high and low for other trim guys, but in my business, it's very difficult, maybe in other business as well, it's very difficult to find someone to come behind a guy and try to improve his work. Nobody wants that liability. But through a friend of mine that builds $1 million homes, he did give me his contact for trim work. So I had them come out and explain the situation to them, and they were aware of it. It was a husband and wife team. And they spent a couple of days working on 2 door frames because they were trying to be so meticulous to make the Richmonds happy. But then the Richmonds decided they didn't want them to come back. They showed up on the 3rd day, but I had to send them back home.
Did the Richmonds tell you to do that? They wouldn't let them
Yes, sir.
on?
They didn't want them back in the house. Ms. Richmond didn't like the way they smelled. She said she had to light candles after they left at work. And it's just, I don't know, it just got
Did Ms.
rough that
Richmond
day.
ever raise her voice at the sub?
Yes, sir.
What'd she do? What'd she say?
She made complaints and pointed out the issues that she had, said a few curse words and ripped the trim off the wall that they had done.
And this is the trim that they wanted done
This is
correctly.
part of the correction we were trying to make. Yes, sir.
Now, when's the last time that you visited the Richmonds' home?
I think it was in November of 23 until we went out with the expert a few weeks
All right.
ago.
Let me ask a clearer question. When's the last time you did work at the Richmond home?
That day that I tried to get the other trim crew in, and we had a little blow up that day. So
And you were ordered off the job,
I left at my discretion. I wasn't going back.
but you have been out to the house since then, right?
Yes, sir.
The Richmond hired experts,
Yes, sir.
and so you hired a forensic engineer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and he went to look at the house recently.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Last month, I'd say early to mid September.
Okay. And did you go over the house and look at every issue which had been raised by the Richmonds as a problem?
We took their expert report and went down the list. Yes, sir.
And had any repairs been done to those matters listed by the Richmonds, by on behalf of the Richmonds?
The only thing, and this wasn't in the report, but the only thing I noted that they had done since we left was they had the exterior of the house painted. And they had put some trim back up around the front door.
But all the other issues were just like they were when you were ordered off the
Best I
job,
remembered, yes, sir. I mean, that was almost 2 years in between.
except to paint the outside of the house.
Yes, sir.
So it looked nice for people.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go through a few of the emails and ask you about them. I'm going to show you plaintiff 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 through 28. Take a look at that. Won't go over every one of them. Those are emails between the parties.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was
Okay.
supposed to comment. Uh, Yes, sir, they appear to be. Yes,
All right, offer plaintiff 16 through 29, 28,
It's 28.
28, Your Honor.
Chairman?
Your Honor, I know we want to keep things moving on this, but I think it's best to go over them one at a time. I don't know.
Well, can you look at 16 through 28 and see if there are any particular issues of foundation or other evidentiary objections you anticipate?
No objection to 29. No objection to 17. No objection to 18. 19 looks like it's missing about 5 pages to it. No objections. 1. No objection to 21. No objection to 22. No objection to 23. No objection to 24. Twenty-five is also missing about 8 pages. 26 is missing several pages. No objection to 27. No objection to 28.
All right, so exhibits 26 through 28, with the exceptions of 19, 25, and 26 are deemed admitted. And as to 19, 25, 26, Mr. Pye, any response, or do you need to clarify with counsel, or how would you like to proceed?
Well, first of all, of course, these have been disclosed long ago, but as for missing pages, that's simply not correct. The email chain may have 10 or 20 emails. This exhibit is just one email of the chain.
All right, so for 19, 25, 26, if you just want to provide some further foundation, and then Mr. Sherman, if you think there's something you need to raise based on rule of completeness or something else, you can renew your objection at that time. You can proceed, Mr. Pye.
All right. Randall, 26.
26.
That's the first one in the stack.
16 is the first one in the stack.
I'm sorry. 16.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
All right. There's an email from you to Mr. Richmond asking about the furnace capacity. And he says, go ahead with the 92%.
Yes, sir. This is an email following up after Mr. Richmond and my HVAC contractor had the discussion we mentioned earlier. He wanted, the reasoning behind 80%, 92%. And I think he had that discussion with them. And then I gave him a couple of numbers here on price increases, and he said, go ahead with the 92 and the HEPA filter. But that was just for the main floor. We were sticking with the 80% for the basement and upper level.
Did the 92 cost more than the 80?
Yes, sir.
All right. Plaintiff 17, is this an email to the Richmonds and their designer about the square footage in the bathrooms, et cetera?
Yes, sir. This is a takeoff that I did for them for all the tile locations.
Okay. 18. This is from Cincy.
Yes, sir.
And it just lists a summary of the walkthrough.
Yes, sir. Toward, I guess it was about the middle of August, about the time of this one, August 10th, 2022, is Mr. Richmond had requested that we have a walkthrough every Friday to keep him updated on what was going on, what the schedule was, what the plan was, who was going to be working, so forth. And since he attended as many of those as she could, and several times the decorator was there as well, if she was needed.
This ends up, number 12, add a pull-down stair and garage.
Yes, sir.
Was that an additional charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was the Richmond's architect.
Yes, sir.
Plaintiffs 19. This is February of 23.
Yes, sir.
Things had gotten hostile.
Yes, sir.
Okay, without reading the whole thing, the last paragraph. As you are aware, we are living in the residence, so any work being done will come at significant inconvenience due to the lack of project management on your part, timely completion. You agree with that? your bad project management.
I'm not exactly sure. When you say last
The-
paragraph,
The third paragraph,
oh, the third paragraph,
third
okay.
paragraph,
I got you, okay, as you're aware, right.
you believe you'd manage this project poorly?
I do not, no, sir.
Okay. To give you and BMC the chance to resolve, we will make the house available Tuesdays and Thursdays between hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., beginning 2/1/23 through 3/2/23. Scheduling and approval of such work will be required by me. So Mr. Richmond wants to take over the scheduling issue, right?
Yes, sir, he gave me some time slots there to work.
Yeah. Then multiple subcontractors will not be allowed to simultaneously work daily on the dates I have identified. As an example, and to provide clarity, electrical contractors will not be allowed to work on the same day as framing or trim work. Would there be any problem with the trim work being done at the same time as electrical work?
Not as far as the construction aspect is concerned, no, sir, because they don't really interfere with each other.
But Mr. Richmond wanted to control not only when they worked, but who worked when.
As long as not more than one sub was allowed in, yes, sir, at a time.
It, would that have affected the time of completion?
Yes, sir.
All right, number 20. This is from you to the Richmonds. And you are responding to complaints by him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the very last paragraph, second page,
Yes, sir.
again, I will furnish a cost overrun detail in another email, probably tomorrow. I'm going to make every effort to work with you on getting to a completion. So I hope we can maintain a reasonable working relationship till the end. I would like to get some money as soon as possible, as I have requested several times. I can't continue to sink money into doing new work without being paid something toward old work, and so forth.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever paid any money?
No, sir.
This was in February of 23.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, the outstanding invoices were $176,000.
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 21, this is an email from Mike Kerouac. That's the floor man, right?
Yes, sir.
And basically he says, in an attempt to maintain a great working relationship with BMC Construction, we are willing to sand and refinish the main and upper level of the house for Mr. Richmond at no cost to you. We also want it made clear to you and Mr. Richmond that authentic hardwood is not at fault. So, Mr. Kerouac, would this have been a third effort
Yes,
on
sir.
the floor?
Yes, sir.
And that was refused, wasn't it?
It hasn't been done.
Yeah. All right, plaintiff's exhibit 22. From you to Mr. Richmond, long letter. And you are responding to all of his complaints, correct?
Yes, I'm still trying to get him a breakdown, description, itemization, whatever you want to call it, of all the work that was done.
And you end up by saying, I hope this meets your requirement to itemize extras and we can schedule work to be done. I wait to hear back from you on days I can meet and or schedule work to be done. So this was your effort on May 1, 2023 to get it resolved and schedule your workers to finish up the job.
Yes, sir.
Was that ever accepted by Mr. Richmond?
Not per se, no, sir. Again, I hadn't been paid anything to that point, but I was trying to go back in and correct the issues that he and I both saw.
Right? Now plaintiff's 23, from you to Mr. Richmond. According to the premium window guys from yesterday, they got everything fixed with the exception of a couple of parts he needs. Tell us about that.
I contacted the window supplier that they had bought the windows from and told them requested them to go out at my cost to see what could be done to alleviate some of the problems they had with the windows and doors. So that's what this is a reference to.
Okay. Now, that was August 10 of 23.
Yes, sir.
On September 14 of 23, Mr. Richmond writes you Plaintiff's Exhibit 24, which starts off saying, since our meeting in July, you have managed the repair of BMC's improper installation of the windows and doors in the house. Thank you! Exclamation point. Did you believe that you had resolved the issue of the windows and doors?
At that point, yes, sir, I thought they were satisfied. That's from him and the gentleman that went out there to do the repairs said when he left, he thought they were satisfied.
Right. All right, moving on, Plaintiff's Exhibit 25, October 24, 2023. The next to the last paragraph of from Randall to Brian, you say, I also plan to send my guys over to correct the railing issue on the deck. What was the railing issue?
We had a couple of balusters that or pickets, whatever you want to call them, vertical members that were spaced beyond code. I think there were 3 of them total. So we were going to go fix that.
We had a railing with vertical pickets,
ballast, yes, sir.
and 3 of them were too,
The spacing between them by code was too far.
okay. And were you allowed to do that?
Well, we never got to that point.
Okay. All right, coming to the end, Plaintiff's Exhibit 26. This is from Mr. Richmond to you on December 14, 2023. The next to the last paragraph, scroll down, it starts off at this point. Mr. Richmond says, we will be retaining another contractor to repair, correct, and finish the project. You and or your designates are not allowed on the property unless I provide you with written consent. Number one, would you ever get written consent to go on the property to
No,
do
sir.
anything?
No, sir.
From your observation of the property last month, had a contractor repaired or corrected or finished the project?
Not finished, no, sir. Like I said, the only thing that I noted was the exterior painting.
Your Honor, under the rule of completeness, can I ask that this entire email be read into the record?
Did you have a copy of did you send just the copy that he has presented, or you have other portions of it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. To be clear, the copy that was presented,
Okay.
this first page.
And this is Exhibit 26. And the entirety of it is shown on the screen, or there's other aspects of this?
Well, it's not a very long email, just the entire email from December 14, 2023.
Okay, Mr. Pye.
I would have thought cross-exam would be a time for that, but if the court wants me to have it all read, I'll certainly do that.
All right. Well, then we'll have the entire email presented here, exhibits 26. And just as a matter of housekeeping here, there being no renewed objection and the portions already being shown, I'll deem 19, 25, and 26 admitted for the record. All right, Mr. Pye.
Shall I read the whole thing?
I believe that was the request of council, unless you don't believe there are any portions that,
Got 'em?
Yeah.
I'm getting a little wobbly. Can I sit down while I read?
Of course.
I beg your pardon.
No, I'm happy to read it if.
No, I'll read it.
All right, there we have it.
Yourself, Jim. All right. Randall, you
Yes, sir.
wrote to Mr. Richmond on December 30, 2023 as follows. I got your email of December 14. Unfortunately, I had recent surgery, so it has taken me a little time to respond.
John, that's not the email.
That's 26. That's right.
We're looking at plaintiff's exhibit 26.
Oh, I beg your pardon now. All right. All right, beg your pardon. Plaintiff's exhibit 26, email from Mr. Richmond to you, Randall. I have not heard from you with regard to correcting issues related to the project since November 9, 2023. My text message to you on November 13, 2023 has gone unanswered. I've asked you repeatedly for a documented plan to correct the many deficiencies failed in my email dated November 3, 2023. To date, with the exception of your plumber activating a hot water recirculation from the tankless water heater, nothing has been resolved nor a plan. An actual project plan with time estimates has been provided. As info, your plumber admitted to me that he forgot to activate the recirculation line when working on the house in December 2023. I have made you aware that our house would be available for work during the week from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily and as necessary on Fridays. This dates back to our meeting of July 21, 2023. You have had ample time to resolve these issues. More than 30 days on the items for resolve, as well as more than 14 days to provide a plan of how to resolve and begin the work, refuse to do the work, or me take over and hold the cost accountable to you and BMC Construction. The individuals you sent to the house to correct door and trim issues November 7-9, 2023, while nice, did not fix the issues and the work was not to expectations. You are fully aware that the wrong molding was installed and the results were the same as when they started. At this point, our level of frustration in your ability to finish the project, provide resolve to the structural defects, poor craftsmanship and timely response to correct the issues outlined in previous correspondence has grown to a point of no return. We will be retaining another contractor to repair, correct, and finish the project. You and/or your designates are not allowed on the property unless I provide you with written consent. Upon completion of the work by the new contractor, I will provide a detail of costs related for rework, deficiency correction, as well as other costs, and these will offset against your prior billing, including a detail of overbilling on work completed by BMC. A copy of this email correspondence will be mailed to your business address.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Pine.
All right. So, Mr. Richmond complains about your lack of response. Now look at plaintiff's 27. In which you say, I got your email of December 14. Unfortunately, I had recent surgery, so it has taken me a little time to respond. What kind of surgery do you have, Randall?
Trying to remember, I had 16. I think I had that was my eye surgery.
You've had other surgery during
I've had-
this
I've
time
had
period?
16 total, but I had a macular hole in my eye. So that required the surgeon to fix the macular, and then I had to lay face down for 5 straight days with only a 5-minute break every hour.
All right, so that delayed the response to Mr.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You go on to say, based on your email, seems like you have come to, back up. I feel we have come to a point that we cannot work together to resolve the issues you have with our work. Based on your email, seems like you have come to that conclusion as well. I'm not going to argue the issues here, just offer solutions for you to consider to resolve our differences. There may be others, but these are the ones I've come up with after consultation with other contractors and advisors. Number one, to Mr. Richmond, make me a financial offer that I can accept. And you go forward with correcting the issues you have, no upgrades included. Number two, we go to arbitration and let a third party hear the evidence from both of us and make a binding settlement. If you're not familiar with the arbitration, sure you can discuss it with someone who is. Or number three, we go to court and let a judge decide the same things as the arbitrator would. This will be more costly and take longer, but it is an option. Review these options or make your own recommendations. I just think with the anger, verbal assaults, and accusations that have been expressed toward me, my subs and workers, no one should have to be subjected to work under the conditions and tensions we are now in. I await your response. This was December 30, 2023. Did you get a response from Mr. Richmond?
Yes, sir.
And what was the response?
His response was that he'll be glad to go to court with us. He wasn't going to do the others.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 28, a short letter, February 5, 2024. You write to him, it has been over a month since I sent you an email on December 30 addressing how to resolve our differences. I've had no response from you, so I'm assuming you are not interested in discussing any of the options I presented. Therefore, I will meet with my attorney shortly and start the legal process regarding the matter. I had hoped to avoid this, but I don't see another option at this time. I consider legal options as a last resort, with the only winners being the attorneys. However, that is where we are, so that is how I intend to proceed. And you then proceeded legally.
So I believe
correct?
that the statement I just made that he responded about that, because obviously from December 30th to February 5th, I had not heard from him. So it was after the February 5th that I got the note that will be going to court.
Okay. Now, you have said that at the time in question, you recognized that there were matters that your subs had done that needed correcting.
Yes, sir.
And you've looked at the house in the last month or so, and you believe that there are matters that need correcting.
Yes, sir.
And whether at this point you should be responsible for that, you do have an estimate of what it would take to correct the matters that Mr. Richmond had complained about, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's start with the windows. These are the windows purchased by the Richmonds
Yes, sir.
and installed by BMC.
Yes, sir.
What's the problem? First of all, do the windows work?
All but one. Oh, when we went over there with our engineer to follow up on, based on their report, we unlocked, opened, closed, and relocked every window but one. There is one that definitely only raises so far.
And what is needed to correct that?
It could be a number of things, but nothing major. There's something obviously catching on the bottom sash. When you try to raise it, it stops at some point. Could be a trim nail, could be a variety of things.
What would be your opinion as to the most it would cost to correct that issue?
Well, based on last time I asked the guys to go back out and address the windows when, prior to them saying they were working fine now, they billed me $350. So I was saying another $350 to fix that one window.
Okay. All right, the floors.
Yes, sir.
They've been, now the agreement in the estimate, and I've forgotten the language, was to, wasn't to replace the floors.
No, sir, we weren't replacing all the floors.
I believe it was to patch
We're going to patch and then add some additional flooring in the kitchen breakfast area.
when you'd had to take a wall out.
Well, that's where the parquet was. So we had to pull all that up and replace the subfloor and everything.
And the floor man has done the work, redone the work, and offered to do it a third time.
Yes, sir.
But that has not been done.
No, sir.
Do you have an opinion as to what it would cost to do the floor so that it would? Now we're not talking about new flooring, are we?
No, sir.
We're talking about the 50-year-old flooring.
Majority of it's the 50-year-old floor. Yes, sir.
And so what needs to be done to it?
It needs to be sanded, restained, and recoated.
Okay. Your opinion is to cost.
Using the number, and let me give you a little backup on this. When we originally sanded and stained and finished the floors, they had asked for 2 coats of stain, which is one more than normal to give it a darker color that Ms. Richmond wanted. And then, like I mentioned, they wanted 4 coats of poly as opposed to the normal 3. So at the first staining, we did the 2 coats and we did 3 coats of poly, and then we covered the floors. Well, when we took the floor covering up, when time came, as we're getting toward the end, to put the 4th coat on, the tape that we had put down to hold the protection on the flooring left residue on the floors. Don't know why. It was painter's tape. It shouldn't have stuck. Maybe it was on there too long. I'm not sure the reasoning. So I had the floor guy come back in and refinish the floor, sand, stain, and refinish the floors with the 3rd coat at my cost. So based on all that, I would say it's probably about another $17,000 to do it a 3rd time.
To redo the whole thing a 3rd time.
To sand, stain, and refinish. Yes, sir.
All right, trim. Now, how much of the trim work has been done?
The vast majority of it, I'd say 90 to 95%, although part of that needs to be redone. So I would say, and this is again based on their expert and their estimator, of it being about 70% complete. And that's probably not too far off, 70 to 75% acceptable. And the rest would need to be completed or redone.
What's your opinion of the cost of that?
Well, based on the billing of the total trim work, I'd say probably in the neighborhood of $7,000 to $8,000.
Okay, door adjustments. What kind of doors are we talking about?
There are two types of doors in the house. There are the pocket doors, and we identified a good while back, Mr. Richmond and I identified there's 13 pocket doors and that 8 of them needed some type of adjustment. Either they were binding, they wouldn't latch, various things. Again, without knowing the exact reason why, that could be, again, as simple as a trim nail that's gotten caught in there and it's binding the door, or the door has to be rehung. It could be catching on the track. There's so many options there. But so you've got 8 pocket doors, and then there's at least, I'd say at least 2 doors. One that Mr. Sherman showed yesterday where the manufacturer sent out a door and a jamb that don't line up. So the hole for the doorknob and the latch aren't lined up. That's something they sent to us in error, I'm sure. So my plan was to reorder that door unit and another door unit that we had tried to maintain the jamb at the Richmond's discretion to try to save costs, but that was just, the trim guy had to put so many nails in it and it was coated with oil paint and it just, so I agreed just to take that out and redo it altogether.
What's your opinion of the cost of that?
That's variable because of the pocket door issue, but I would say with 8 doors and 2 more doors fully, 4,000.
Okay,
I'm going off the top of my head here.
tiles. What's the problem with the tiles? Which tiles?
There are 3 issues that I agree that need to be corrected. A fourth one I don't agree to. The first one is in the master shower. There are, I'll say a handful, maybe 6 to 8 tiles on the wall that 1 or 2 have cracked. But the
These
rest
are
of the wall,
tiles purchased by the Richmond.
yes, sir, and installed by us. They weren't cracked when we left the job, so I don't know what happened or how it happened, but the rest of the shower walls are fine. There's no cracks, there's no grout missing, there's nothing. The second issue is there's supposed to be a floor drain in the laundry room. My plumber tells me the drain is there. My tile guy says it wasn't there. So somewhere in the process, it got covered up. So I asked my tile guy, what would it take for you to go in there and take those tiles up, open up the drain, put the drain in, and put the tile back? The third issue is the backsplash behind the oven. There's a piece of trim work in that cased opening that is not plumb. We can take that trim piece off, put a piece in plumb, and the tile guy can replace just that string of 18-inch tiles that butt up against that jamb. We don't have to take the entire backsplash off for maybe 6 tiles. So I sent that to him. He sent me back a quote, said all this could be done in one day with price of $800.
Basement framing. What's the problem there?
There's some framing that they came up with on their report, their inspector's report. Some of the framing does not meet code, and that's about very minor bottom plate material, supposed to be pressure treated. When we had to reframe that closet for one of the subs, when they did, my guys just didn't put pressure treated back down as a bottom plate. Very minor fix. A couple of studs need to be added under a beam. And there's a floor joist that has been cut into, not by us, but it was previously done. But it was written up on the report, so we can sister onto that. And then there's a temporary support under one of the steel beams that was noted to be temporary and would be corrected and made permanent once the basement was finished. So again, not a very major issue in the framing. Everything else in the report, I'm sorry.
No problem. At a request of one of our jurors, let's take 5. Members of the jury, just let us know when you're ready to proceed again by light.
Sorry.
All right, unless there's anything to take up from either party, We'll be in a brief recess. Mr. Patterson, you can step down. We'll plan to go back on the record here as soon as the jury's ready. So about 5 minutes.
I'm so pissed off this morning. Which, I left it. I left it. It took me over 2 hours. I left 6:50. 6:50.
Do you have the strike sheet?
I'm sorry.
I was waiting on you to finish with that.
Oh,
to return it to us.
Mr. Pye, remember the sheet from, I apologize, I didn't give it back
We're
to
fine.
you. No. Did I take it? I think I did, Mr. Pye. Do you remember where that strike sheet is? Oh, I have it, excuse me. I have it.
It's right here.
Oh, no, this is my notes. No, this is my notes. Never mind.
And I was a lot of papers, but I forgot yesterday. Now, I don't wanna forget if I go back in.
Well, I had it and then I wanted to make sure that I had everything. Let's see. It's in here. No.
I sent it to the Daily Report publication.
I don't know where it went.
So we don't get that in print anymore, so we may never see.
I don't see it anywhere.
I used to represent the Daily Report. Right down the street. And I was allowed to park in their driving, their drive checking for you. So free parking.
How about that?
But then they sold out to some New York crowd. I lost my parking.
But it's not in there. I don't see it anywhere.
Well, please don't let me forget.
Okay, I
again
won't.
today.
I will definitely remember now.
I don't wanna stay here hovering over you, but.
Do not
Just remind me.
come, no. Come in.
Do you have it?
He has it.
Ah,
You think we're gonna stop at 12?
finally. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Mr. Powell, you think we'll stop at 12?
I think so.
All right.
Because I'm not through. And,
Okay.
and he won't be able to finish
He's got
cross-examination.
probably remain in the book for a little while.
Yeah.
I can't believe you made me read that email.
I can wait to go the rest of you.
I bet he can go.
I cannot.
We need to come to work together, don't we?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm gonna stay the night here.
Well, when I came today, it was considered a different road than it was yesterday.
I left at 6:50. 6:50. I left at 6:50. 10 minutes before 7.
Appreciate that.
I guess I'm gonna leave at 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
And you'll get here at 6. If you leave it that early, you'll
Yeah,
get here.
right, that's what I'm saying.
I left at 5 till 6 and got here at 10 till 7. And I was going a different route. When I pulled off on my exit, I got on a road that I'm still familiar with, down by Old Turner Field, and they're waiting on me. And there were no lines on the road, and I thought I was on a one-lane road, so I got way over to the left.
And you're in opposite.
And there's a car coming this way, it's on a one-way street, and he was trying to turn left, and all of a sudden, I know I'm in his way now. Blue lights came on
Oh my.
behind me. I thought, oh, great. So I start back, I put it in reverse, start backing up and get out of this guy's way. My lane, he turned him off. So he was just,
Helping you, thank goodness.
yeah.
Oh.
I think you saw that there's no lines on the
Oh,
road
yeah,
and
when
it's
you
3
couldn't
lanes
see.
wide.
Mhm.
I had no idea what,
No, I might like, I give a ticket. Let's just tell me like.
he was, I don't think he wanted to put out a car for that.
Well, I apologize for what you it cost us 8 minutes. Is that how many minutes it was? Or the phone.
I'll take it out of here.
Well,
8 minutes.
That's fine. Okay. That's fucking embarrassing. He's quietly yelling at me. I can't control it.
Main City, call will come to order.
Was asking for a break?
Yeah.
Is that what-
Yeah.
I got gum in my mouth.
How many hours did I pay the other day?
Well, I realize,
Yes.
oh, I realize that I printed it. This is all, it's dated for October 17th. I printed it yesterday, so I added. You already had your 6 hours down for the retract, so I added. 7. Oh, I was going to add that heritage charge from Mr. Rice's transcript.
We should, yeah.
Okay, I did. I added it. Right here. Reprint on that. Just note this was for yesterday. Didn't he? He did subpoena.
Did he subpoena? I don't think so. He said he was gonna do stuff.
Yeah, he did. Okay.
But yesterday after he said you would hear, I guess he
I think he's referring to the.
texted him this morning and asked him if he has.
That's a good news, kid. That's what made it worse. All right, we're back on the record. Deputy Scott, please bring in the jury. Baston, you can come on back. Nope, not quite. All right. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Pine, you may resume your direct examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Randall, we had discussed the tile situation, basement framing.
We discussed that, yes, sir.
What needs to be done and what is your estimate of the cost of repair?
Like I mentioned, some bottom plate needs to be replaced. We had temporary supports under a steel beam that the inspector noted, and we need to add a couple of studs under the other end of that steel beam, as well as one of the floor joists had been notched by a previous contractor, and we were going to sister that, even though it's nothing we did. It's a very minor issue to deal with.
Estimated cost?
For the basement framing, that's $500.
And drywall touch-up. What needs to be touched up on the drywall?
I'm not 100% sure. I know there's an area on the inside to the right of the front door. It's a very small area. Be a little difficult to get to, but I'm pretty sure my drywall guy could. And has been a leak in the ceiling above the breakfast eating area. So that has caused an issue there. And I believe there may be one other patch somewhere that never got finished. But I believe that's all I can remember off the top of my head.
And what would be the cost of that touch-up?
$300. Now, there might be some touch-up required once the doors are addressed and that trim is addressed. So it's hard to say at this point, but if you want to give a round number for drywall work, I'd say $1,000 based on my guys doing it.
I add that up to be we'll round it up to 40,000. I think it's a little under that. Now, all of this work that's alleged to be defective was done by your subcontractors.
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any of it.
Not personally, no, sir.
And these are subs that you've used for years.
Yes, sir.
And if they make a mistake, have they always been willing to fix it at their cost?
Yes, sir. Now, if there's materials involved that need to be purchased, like for the trim, for example, that would be at my cost, not theirs, because they don't provide the trim work to start with.
But if the Richmonds had allowed you to have your subs come in and make these repairs, that basically would have been at the subs cost.
Yes, sir. If I could have used the same subs and brought them back.
Okay. But they're looking apparently now to put that cost on you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not for anything you personally did, but for alleged defects by subcontractor work.
Right.
This property is in Sandy Springs,
Yes, sir.
has a Sandy Springs work permit.
It does have a permit.
A permit,
It does have a permit. Yes, sir.
and you had, what part of the job was inspected by Sandy Springs and approved?
The insulation, the framing, and what they call a combo inspection, which means all the mechanicals, and that includes the plumbing, electrical, and HVAC. And then the framing, and they have to be done in certain orders. Inspections have to come in certain order
And those have all been done and
and approved by the
Approved.
city. Yes, sir.
so what's left to be done?
They call it, they have a combo final inspection. So the inspector comes back out and, I mean, basically the job is finished, so to speak, and they will check outlets, check water, make sure there's no leaks in the plumbing, look at all the safety issues. So, and then if they pass everything on that, then they give you a CO, certificate of occupancy.
Now, certificate of occupancy is an approval by the governmental authority that the property can be occupied,
Safely, yes, sir.
but it's been occupied for over 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, have the Richmonds, to your knowledge, asked the city to come out and inspect?
Not to my knowledge, and I checked with the city to get records of everything, and no one's been out to give us a CO.
Okay. Now, you are seeking the recovery of your last invoice for the work, the materials you had bought, the labor you had paid for, your 20% overhead and profit.
Yes, sir.
And you're seeking interest for that.
Yes, sir.
And you're also seeking attorney's fees.
Yes, sir.
You had offered a resolution of this short of a lawsuit. Did you not?
Yes, sir.
And it was not accepted.
Correct.
All right. I believe that's all my direct questions, Your Honor.
Now, may we have a minute to get our deposition exhibit books up to the state?
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Patterson, good morning.
Good morning.
We will not be reviewing all those exhibits and all those books.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll give you a chance when I refer to something to get in there and find it. So don't worry about juggling those. I wanted to ask you, in addition to your company, BMC Construction, you were also a home inspector for about 10 years, were you not?
Correct.
And your company was called Covenant Building Inspection, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you believe you've inspected maybe over 300 homes as a home inspector, have you not?
Probably so. Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Probably so. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And Mr. Patterson, I think you mentioned that you co-own your BMC Construction with your wife?
No, sir. I own it. She's just my secretary. By
Okay,
law, I
you're-
have to have a secretary.
You're the sole owner of BMC Construction? All right. And if you would, please turn to page 4 of your exhibit book. I'm sorry, exhibit 4. Does exhibit 4 appear to be the records of the Secretary of State for BMC Construction?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, we have certified copies of those Secretary of State records for BMC Construction, and we'd ask that exhibit 4 be admitted.
Any objection?
Objection.
D4 is admitted.
All right, Mr. Patterson, you testified BMC Construction performs renovation and remodeling work, correct?
Correct.
And BMC Construction performed the renovation and remodeling work on the Richmond's home, did it not?
Correct.
All right. And you regularly use the same subcontractors on all your job, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you've been working with these subcontractors for a long time, right?
Yes, sir.
You commonly refer to these subcontractors as my guys, do you not?
I do. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And you're still using the same subcontractors now that you did when you were doing the work on the Richmond's project, correct?
Correct.
You have no written contracts with your subcontractors, do you?
Correct.
All right. You are the sole working employee of BMC Construction, are you not?
Correct.
And you're the only job site employee of BMC Construction, correct? And your role is to monitor and supervise the projects, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And you handle scheduling.
Yes, sir.
You sometimes order materials.
Yes, sir.
You hire the subcontractors.
Yes, sir.
You manage and oversee the subcontractors, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And you meet with the subcontractors and make sure they know what they're supposed to be doing on the job site, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you inspect the subcontractors' work, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And when the Richmond's project was ongoing, you went to their house at least several days a week, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And some weeks you might have been there every weekday, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes you would be at the Richmond's house for only an hour, and sometimes it'd be much longer than that, right?
Correct.
Sometimes as long as 7 or 8 hours, correct? You met with the subcontractors and made sure they knew what they were supposed to be doing, right?
Correct.
And you inspected the subcontractors' work, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You inspected all the subcontractors' work after it was performed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would check the subcontractors' work to make sure it was completed and done correctly, would you not?
Yes, sir.
And if questions or issues came up, you would call or text with the subcontractors, correct?
Correct.
And if needed, you would go meet with the subcontractors on the job site, would you not?
Correct.
All right, so to sum it up, you supervise the workers at the Richmond's home by meeting with the subcontractors on the job site, making sure they understood the scope of their work and inspecting it after it was done. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
All right, and when you say you're paid on a cost plus basis, you said the plus was 20%, right?
Yes, sir.
And that 20% is paid at least in part for monitoring and supervising the projects, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree, do you not, that you directed, supervised, and oversaw the construction of the Richmond's home?
Yes, sir.
And you were referred to the Richmonds by their architect, right?
Correct.
That's Cincy, who we talked about.
Correct.
And Cincy is the main architect you work with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you work with her on about 10 projects each year, do you not?
More or less.
Okay. And those projects account for probably half of your work in total, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your projects range from about 25,000 to say 600,000, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And in the 15 or 20 years you've been working with Cincy, maybe 25 you mentioned earlier, there's only a handful of projects that were in the $500,000 range. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in the last 15 to 20 years, you've worked only on 2 construction projects as extensive as the Richmonds. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
All right. And you're saying that is not correct?
I'm saying that is not correct.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, I'm going to hand you a copy of your deposition testimony. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I should have asked if I can approach.
You may.
Mr. Patterson, you recall giving your deposition on March 25, 2025,
Yes, sir.
and we took that deposition at Mr. Pye's office,
Yes, sir.
and you took an oath there to tell the truth, just like you did today.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind taking a look at page 29 of your deposition transcript?
Yes, sir.
And if you would start on line 4 of that transcript. I said, all right, did you work on a project with Miss Karagiannis and all that was extensive in terms of the remodeling done on the Richmond's home? And your answer was, yes, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
And I said, all right, on how many occasions had you done those? And your answer was 2 that I can think of off the top of my head, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when I took your deposition and asked you how many projects you had done as extensive as the Richmonds, in your association with Cincy, you told me the number was 2, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. If we could, let's take a look at well, I'll get my exhibit out. It's exhibit 1. This has already been admitted as defendant's exhibit, pardon me, as plaintiff's exhibit. No. Plaintiff's exhibit 2. All right, are you looking at defendant's exhibit 1, Mr. Patterson?
No, sir. Is it in the first big book you gave me?
The first big book, I believe.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the estimate that you provided to the Richmonds, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's dated February 12, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit defendant's exhibit 1.
Admitted.
All right, this is the estimated price sheet for the work you prepared for the work to be performed at the Richmonds home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say this estimate is the contract you had with the Richmonds, do you not?
Yes, sir.
It's your position that all the terms of your agreement with the Richmonds are contained in this estimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are no other terms you know of that are not included in this estimate, true?
True.
Mr. Patterson, it's true, is it not, that this estimate contains no warranty language, does it?
Correct.
You never gave the Richmonds a warranty, did you?
Correct.
All right, and you don't give your customers a warranty unless they ask for one, isn't that correct?
Correct.
All right, had the Richmonds asked for a warranty, you would have provided one, would you
Yes,
not?
sir.
But they didn't ask, so you didn't give them one, right?
Correct.
Mr. Patterson, you understand, do you not, there's a law in Georgia that says you have to have and provide a written warranty for construction work where the value of the work or the compensation to the builder is more than $2,500?
No, sir.
All right, and you do not know what that written warranty must cover, do you?
No, sir.
You're not aware it must cover and describe the covered work?
No,
You're
sir.
not aware it must describe exclusions to the warranty?
No, sir.
And you're not aware it must contain standards for evaluating the warranty work? And you're not aware of that, are you?
No, sir.
All right. And you're not aware of any other terms that are required by state law to be included in that warranty that the builder must provide the homeowner, do you?
Correct.
All right. And you're not aware that that warranty must be provided before construction begins, do you?
I'm not aware of that.
All right. And you provided no written warranty with the Richmonds, did you?
That's correct.
And that's because there never was a construction contract for the Richmonds warranty work, right, Mr. Patterson?
Correct.
There's nothing in this estimate that you gave us that addresses how to handle change orders, is there?
No, sir.
All right. And we talked about change orders, or you did extensively in a direct examination. Change orders are important in a construction agreement, are they not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so if there is a change in the scope of work or something is added to the scope of work, there's nothing in this estimate that deals with how that's to occur, right?
Correct.
All right. And we talked about it a moment ago. The estimate says, I believe if you take a look at the last page, page 3, at the bottom, in the last full paragraph, it says, while I feel these numbers are accurate, all work will be done on a cost plus basis.
Yes, sir.
The plus refers to the percentage on top, the 20%, right?
It's the 20%.
Okay, on materials and labor, right?
Correct.
All right, and that's the percentage, again, paid to you for overseeing and supervising and managing the project, correct?
Correct.
All right, that percentage amount, this 20% amount is not listed anywhere in this estimate, is there?
No, sir.
All right, and the term cost, there's no definition of the word cost in this estimate, is there?
No, sir.
All right, and there's nothing in this estimate that details the construction standards that you were to follow in doing the renovations to the Richmonds home, correct?
Not in this estimate, no, sir, but they're written on the plans. We have to follow the codes that are written on the plans.
All right, and what codes were those, sir?
It's the Georgia codes that she listed on the, and I can't list every one of them because I don't have the plans in front of me, but most municipalities require that the architect print the codes that we're to follow.
All right, one of those would be the International Residential Code,
Yes, sir.
and there's also an energy code that must be followed. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and several others, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But none of those codes are mentioned in this estimate, are they?
Correct.
Okay.
But
And there's not,
it does refer to the plans and they are mentioned on the plans.
okay, the standards that you were to follow are not spelled out verbatim in this estimate, are they?
Correct.
All right. There's nothing in this estimate that talks about getting lien waivers from subcontractors, is there?
No, sir.
There's no project start date in this estimate, is there?
No, sir.
There's no completion date in this estimate, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing in this estimate that gives the Richmonds any rights or remedies if the project isn't completed on time.
No, sir.
All right. There's nothing in the estimate that talks about when the Richmonds are obligated to pay you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And nowhere in the estimate does it say that the Richmonds are obligated to pay you for defective work, correct?
Correct.
And the estimate is on silent on whether the Richmonds must pay you if there's a disagreement over whether the work has problems or defects, is there?
No, sir.
There's nothing in the contract that requires the Richmonds to pay interest on any unpaid amounts, is there?
Correct.
There's nothing in here about how to handle disagreements over the quality of work, is there?
No, sir.
And there's nothing in here that gives the Richmonds the right to inspect the work, is there?
No, sir.
All right. And there's nothing in this estimate that deals with insurance, is there?
No, sir.
People get hurt on construction sites, do they not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've been hurt on construction sites, have you?
Sure.
Okay. And there's nothing in this agreement that talks about who's responsible for injuries to person or property if there is an occurrence like that at the Richmonds home, correct?
Correct.
All right. There's nothing in here that deals with the treatment of areas where there may be hazardous dust or debris generated during demolition or renovation, is there?
No, sir.
All right. You mentioned not requiring a deposit. There's nothing in here about a deposit, is there?
No, sir.
All right. And are you familiar with the term retainage?
Mhm.
All right. Retainage is an amount that's withheld from payment to a builder to make sure the project is completed and free of defects, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there's nothing in this agreement that talks about retainage, is there?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, the Richmonds home was without power for quite some time, was it not?
No, sir, that's not correct.
It was without power in July and August, was it not?
That's not correct.
And for part of September, correct?
That's not correct.
And before July, the house had limited power, did it not?
The house had limited power. Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a look at page 63 of your deposition that we looked at earlier. And I'm beginning on lines 1 through 4. Well, pardon me, on line 4. I said, let me ask you this. We talked about the electrician a minute ago. Was the house without power for a period of time? And you said, yes, sir. And then I asked him, how long did the house go without power? And you said, again, I would have to look that up, but the power was obviously put back in before September. We moved the meter for the house, so the power had to be shut off. I asked, do you know for how long the house was without power? Your answer was, I don't know exactly what day it went down. No, sir. I said, was it a period of weeks, months, how? And you said weeks. And I said, weeks, do you know what time of year it was? And you said, well, it came back up in September, so probably July and August. I said, okay, the whole house was without power, and you said, correct. Did you not?
Yes, sir, but you need clarification on that. There was power during that entire time, although it was limited because we had taken out all the old wiring, but we had to have power in the house in order to run our tools. So there was power. The only time that the house was 100% without power is when Georgia Power came out, disconnected the old meter and reconnected the new meter.
All right. When I asked you questions in your deposition, I asked without power, and you understand that to mean no power, do you not?
I anticipated you were talking about without power for the full house.
Mr. Patterson, do you recall getting an errata sheet after you gave your deposition that allowed you to make corrections to your testimony?
Not really, but I probably did.
All right. And you didn't correct this part of your testimony, did you?
No, sir, because again, I understood power for the whole house.
Okay.
So if I understood it then, I understand it the same way now.
When the power was out at the house, all the HVAC units were out too. They weren't operating, were they?
When the power was out,
Okay. When there was limited power, there was no HVAC systems working, were there?
until we went back in and hooked those up. Yes, sir.
All right. And so as part of the renovation, all the HVAC units were being replaced, as you mentioned earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you'll give me a minute, I want to ask you about those HVAC systems because you talked about it during your examination. Mr. Patterson, I believe you said it was your testimony that there were to be 3 new HVAC systems in the house.
Yes, sir.
And you said one in the basement, one on the main level, and one in the attic.
Correct.
And you're telling this jury that the 2 lower ones, the main level and the basement, were to be 92%?
No, sir.
Okay, which ones were
The
to
main
be,
level was 92%.
only the main level was to be 92%?
Yes, sir.
And none of the others were to be 92%? They were to be 80%?
Yes, sir. That's
Right.
my recollection.
And you're positive about that, are you not?
But that's my recollection. I'd have to look back at the bills from the HVAC guy to be sure.
Okay, you did see the email where you emailed Mr. Richmond and asked him if he wanted to upgrade to 92%, and he said yes.
Right.
And is your testimony that sometime after that, something occurred where it was changed back to 80% for the attic and the basement?
When I called the HVAC contractor and told him this, he said per his conversation with Mr. Richmond, the main level was to be 92%, the other two would be 80%.
Okay.
That's what they agreed to. So I took his word for it.
What was a good word for it?
I'm sorry?
What was a good word for it?
I said I took his word for it
You took his word for it.
because he had the conversation with Mr. Richmond.
Okay. We could, let's please take a look at our exhibit 62. Actually, let's start with 61, Mr. Patterson. Is this your invoice to the Richmonds dated May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this invoice, well, Your Honor, we move to admit exhibit 61.
Objection.
61 is admitted.
All right. And this exhibit talks about an HVAC rough end, does it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the rough end to get the HVAC installed and in place.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a look at exhibit 62. And in exhibit 62, this is your more detailed invoice for the same period, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, move to admit defendant 62. All right, and let's take a look at the second page of that exhibit.
Just for the record, 62 is admitted.
And if you could take a look at the bottom of the page, if we can blow that up where it talks about the extras.
Yes, sir.
Says all three systems were upgraded to 92% efficiency per email dated May 4, 2022, does it not?
Yes, sir.
That's the email that Mr. Richmond and you exchanged where he confirmed we could upgrade to 92% efficiency, right?
Yes, sir.
And you billed the Richmonds for 92% efficiency furnaces, did you not?
I would have to look at the invoice from the HVAC guy.
Is that the way you do things, to bill people for work that was not done in accordance with what you agreed to?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You billed the Richmonds for a 92% furnace, did you not?
If that's what the HVAC guy billed me for, then that's what I billed them for.
You understand there's only an 80% furnace in the attic, correct?
I don't know that, no, sir.
Okay. You're not aware of what percentage furnace is in the attic of the
I have
house
not,
you
I have
renovated?
not inspected that, no, sir.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, there were problems with the existing, well, let me ask you this. When you began your renovation project, there were no problems with the existing hardwood floors, were they?
Not that I recall.
There was no gapping?
Well, I didn't look at it in that minute detail.
Okay. But you didn't notice any gapping.
No, sir, but I didn't look for that either.
All right, and you
There were
didn't notice
50-year-old
any,
floors, so
pardon?
there were 50-year-old floors, so I
Right.
assumed there were some issues here and there.
Nothing that you detected though, correct?
But again, I wasn't looking for it.
Well, you made no note of it in your estimate, did you?
No, sir, but it was all going to be sanded and refinished.
Okay. Now, before the existing floors were sanded and refinished, you had them covered, did you not?
Correct.
Does the witness have a photograph book? Pardon? Okay. Mr. Patterson, are you looking at an exhibit on the screen in front of you?
There is no exhibit on the screen.
Give us just a second.
Okay, now if there's one.
All right. This is Defendant's Exhibit 244.328. And you recognize this as being the Richmond's foyer, do you not?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what you see there is the existing floors being covered up, correct?
Correct.
This is before they were sanded and refinished, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You covered them first with some craft paper,
Yes.
right? It's like butcher paper?
Mhm.
Okay. And then you covered them with hardboard, did you not?
Yes, sir.
All right. You put hardboard on top of the craft paper, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and
Your Honor, please, could we take the picture down? It hadn't been admitted.
sure, I'll ask the questions. Let's take it down. Does Exhibit 244 you admitted that you're familiar with that exhibit, are you not?
Okay, yes, sir.
And did it reasonably show the matter being portrayed in the photograph?
Yes, sir, I
It
believe so.
appeared to be accurate.
Yes, sir,
All
appeared to
right,
be.
Your Honor, move to admit 244.238.
What exhibit number is that?
244.238.
You have a list of defendants' exhibits, 1 through,
Well, we had the photographs in 244 and we produced all of them with the exhibit numbers on them.
sorry, we got 399 photographs in exhibit 244.
Right, and those were produced electronically per the court's
And
instructions.
are you tendering all 300 of these or just
No,
one?
just
in
that
particular?
one for now.
And that one's labeled 244.39A,
328.
320. All right, so the exhibit is 244.328. Any objection to 244.328?
No, Your Honor. I
All right.
just see, we've got 400 pictures in one exhibit. Challenge.
All right, well, for now, we've got the one that's been tendered and admitted. Sherman, you can proceed.
Your Honor, I'm bringing one more picture in. I'll go ahead and ask these questions though.
If he could be shown the picture without displaying it before tendering.
That's what we're doing, Judge. I've gone to get a book with all the
Right,
photographs.
this
in
is,
it.
this is the one he'd already admitted.
Okay, I thought he.
We're talking about a new one now.
All right, so we have craft paper on top of the hardwood floors that were existing, right?
I'm not 100% sure we put craft paper under that. I know we put the hardboard down because that's what you see on top. But I can't tell in the picture if I see any evidence of craft paper. So we may not have put the craft paper under there, but we did put it in other areas to protect the floors. That was the whole point of putting the hardboard down.
Would you mind taking a
hon-
look at page 150 of your deposition
Honestly, don't
transcript?
remember.
If you would take a look at page 150 of your deposition,
Hmm.
starting on line 21, I said, let me make sure the record is clear, though. So craft paper was put down over the existing hardwood floors And then hardboard was put on top of the craft paper, and your answer was correct.
Yes, sir.
So you did put craft paper on top of the floors before you put the hardboard on top.
It's very possible. Yes, sir. I can't remember 100%.
Well, you testified at your deposition that you did that, right?
I did testify that.
All right. And you covered the floors at the Richmond's home when you started the project, did you not?
Pretty close to the beginning. Yes, sir.
In March of 2022?
Yes, sir. Roughly.
Pardon?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And you kept that craft paper and hardboard on top of the floors until Authentic Hardwood started their work, did you not?
I'm not sure of the date we pulled that up, but we've been pretty close to then. Yes, sir.
All right. Authentic Hardwood is the flooring company, right?
Right.
Michael Kerouac's company.
Correct.
And they didn't start their work till around September of 2022, right?
Sounds correct.
And the hardboard and craft paper were on top of the floor that whole time.
Yes, sir.
And the hardboard doesn't breathe, does it?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't know the technical aspect of hardboard.
Pardon me?
I don't know the technical aspect of hardboard. No, sir.
All right, well, let's take a look at page 149 of your deposition.
Okay.
I asked you, okay, and does this hardboard breathe? And your answer was breathe, no, sir.
I don't think it does, but I don't know 100%.
All right, well, you told me at your deposition it was no, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. You billed the Richmonds for the cost of that hardboard, did you not?
Correct.
You took the hardboard with you when you left the project, correct?
Yeah, and threw it away.
Okay. You didn't leave it for the Richmonds to use for any purpose.
No, sir.
You knew they may have additional work being done to the house. Wouldn't it be good to have had the hardboard available?
I didn't know what work they would have done that you'd want to put that back down. No, sir.
All right. So the HVAC system didn't become operational until the end of September 2022, did it?
That sounds close. Yes, sir. I don't know exact date.
Before September 26, let's say, there was no heat or air in the Richmonds home, was there?
After we took the systems out, no, sir, there was not.
There was about 7 months that the floors were covered up with no HVAC system working in the house, right?
I don't think we took the HVAC out from day one. No, sir.
Okay. When that HVAC system was not operable, that was in the summer months, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it's hot in the summer, right?
Yes, sir.
Very humid in the summer, is it not?
Yes, sir.
There was no climate control in the Richmonds house when all these floors were covered up, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Michael Kerouac expressed concern to you about doing the hardwood floors without the HVAC system running in the house, correct?
About finishing the floors. Yes, sir.
Michael Kerouac told you that he was concerned about working on the hardwood floors when the house was too hot and humid and moist, correct?
Yes, sir.
You told Michael Kerouac you were behind on schedule and he had to go ahead and do the floors, correct?
I might have said that. Yes, sir.
All right. The new floors were installed, I think, at the beginning of September, correct?
Okay.
September
that's about
6th,
right.
was it not?
That's about right. Yes, sir.
And all the floors were sanded and stained and coated in early October, were they not?
Yes, sir. After we got the HVAC system working.
Okay. And after Authentic Hardwood floors sanded and stained the floors and put on a protective coating, you covered the floors back up, right?
Yes, sir.
You covered it up with the craft paper and the hardboard again, correct?
Just the hardboard.
All right. Well, let's take a look at page 167 of your deposition. On line 10, I said, okay, so after the floors were installed and refinished, the first time in September of 2022, I suppose once everything dried, you covered it up again with and you said, yes, sir. And I said, craft paper and hardboard. You said, yes, sir, yes, sir. I said, is that right? You said, yes, sir. And I said, and that stayed on there for how long? You said a couple of months, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the craft paper and the hardboard was put back on the hardwood floor after they were sanded and refinished the first time, right?
No, sir, I did misspeak on that because I distinctly remember when we went to pull up the hardboard on the second time and found the tape residue, there was no craft paper under that hardboard.
All right, and that's different than what you testified to in your deposition.
You're correct.
And your deposition was in March of this year, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And that's closer in time to the events in question than we are now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went to remove whatever was on the floor
Yes, sir.
after they had been sanded and refinished, there was tape residue on the floor, was there not?
Yes, sir.
And tape had also pulled up part of the polyurethane coating, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had a problem with tape residue, you had a problem with polyurethane, right?
Yes, sir.
And you tried to remove it, but there was just too much of the residue, correct?
Correct.
And you decided, I guess everyone collectively decided the floors had to be sanded and refinished, correct?
Correct.
All right. So Authentic Hardwood came back to the house and they resanded and they restained the floors a second time, right?
Correct.
All right. And the Richmonds moved in the house in December of 2022, did they not?
Yes, sir.
And that's when the floors started to crack and gaps developed, right?
That's when they brought it to my attention. I wasn't in the house, so I don't know.
Well, you were in the house before they moved in, right?
Yes, sir, but we didn't notice it at that time
Okay. And it was brought to your attention after the Richmonds moved in?
after they moved in. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And you did see the gaps and cracks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the floors began to cup as well, that part of the kitchen that had been added, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that part of the floor in the kitchen where the hardwoods are cupped, that's underneath an area that you worked on, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Above that area, you completely redid the subflooring and the framing, right?
We framed a closet above that area.
Okay. And that's the area where this leak is found that you mentioned in your direct examination, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you installed, or pardon me, before Michael Kerouac installed that subfloor, that new hardwood flooring in the kitchen area, you worked on the subfloor, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was there framing also for new floor joist in the kitchen area?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Michael Kerouac has agreed to sand and refinish the floors, right?
Correct.
That would be the third time the floors have been resanded and refinished, correct?
Correct.
At least the third time, right?
Third time that I'm aware of.
Right. Well, the floors have been in the house for a long, long time, have they not?
They have.
It's entirely possible the floors were sanded and refinished before Michael Kerouac began.
Possible,
work.
but also possible that they hadn't.
Okay. And Mr. Kerouac has not agreed to remove and replace all the hardwoods, has he?
Correct. He has not.
He still does work for you, does he not?
He does.
All right. And when I took your deposition, you told me you had never threatened legal action against Michael Kerouac for the flooring work at the Richmonds house. Do you
That's
recall
correct.
that? You told me you had never said you were going to go after Michael Kerouac legally for any financial cost on the floors.
I never told Michael that.
All right. You never threatened to do that.
I never told Michael I would do that.
You never told anybody you would do that.
No, I did mention to, I think, Mr. Richmond, but I did not tell Michael that I would go after him.
Okay. But you told me you had never threatened to take legal action against Michael, right?
I never threatened Michael with legal action.
Let's take a look at page 161 of your deposition. On line 5, I asked you, did you ever say you were going to take legal action against Michael? And your answer was no, sir. I said, you never said you were going to go after Michael legally for any financial costs about floors, and your answer was no, sir.
That's
Right?
correct.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 216 and the exhibit books that you have. Exhibit 216 is a email chain between you and Brian Richmond, is it not?
Yes, sir.
I think it starts on January 18, 2023, and it goes to February 13, 2023, correct?
That looks, yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I move to admit defendant's exhibit 216.
216 is admitted. Mr. Sherman, just FYI, we'll go at another 10 minutes unless you have a better
Okay.
stopping point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nicole, can you go to the email dated January 19, 2023 at 6:56 PM? And can we blow that up a little bit? Where's the date and time? Mr. Patterson, on this exhibit 216, you've got an email to Tracy Richmond and Brian Richmond dated January 19, 2023 at 6:56 PM.
Mhm.
Let's take a look at the next page, Nicole. And we'll have to go to the top of the page. If you could blow up the line, the second paragraph. You wrote to Brian and Tracy Richmond and said, I have reached out to floor guy Michael and expressed my concern with the plan and the cost you have put forth. I will be going after him legally for any financial cost to me going forward on the floors, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you felt that Michael Kerouac was responsible for the problems with the hardwood floors, did you not?
If there was going to be a cost to replace anything, then yes, that would be his issue, but I don't think that's the case.
And that's why you said you would be going after him legally for any financial cost to you going forward, right?
I did say that to Mr. Richmond.
And
yes.
you want Michael Kerouac to do this hardwood floor repair work at the Richmond's house a third time. Isn't that true, Mr.
And
Patterson?
he's agreed to do that. Yes, sir.
The same man that you said you were going to sue is the one you want to send back out to their house to do the flooring, right?
If he was going to charge me for that, then we would have an issue. But he's not. He's not charging me or the Richmonds.
Your Honor, I'm kind of at a logical stopping point if this is a
right.
good time.
All right. Thank you for your attention this morning, members of the jury. We'll take our break for lunch now. I'll advise you not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, not to do any research about this case or any of the issues involved in this case. Now's not the time to become an expert on flooring based on what you find on Google. Everything happens here. So with that, we'll take an hour for lunch. Going forward tomorrow and the next day, if y'all want a shorter lunch or longer, let me know. With that, let's return at 1:30. Thank you. All right, Mr. Patterson, you can step down.
I'll just leave all this.
I think we can leave everything we have there, the binders, unless there's any other reason to retrieve them. Anything else to take up on the part of the plaintiff before we recess?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Chairman?
No, Your Honor.
Then we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Like, you got a conference room over here for you guys? I don't know if y'all been in there yet.
We haven't yet.
I can show it to you.
Okay. You can show me.
Same place for you.
That's what y'all, I want a place first. And, eat as well.
Oh, okay.
Good working.
Okay, let's see. All right. All right.
Talk about this in here of image. So sure.
Where we can eat lunch, you said. We need a place to sit and eat. I don't think you sit downstairs. That's true.
I cut the AC off a little bit.
Okay.
I just, the only thing I could do is kind of turn them off a little bit and it kind of won't be so cold.
I'm
You
fine.
fine? Okay.
Yeah.
Cause I know I see them already when they was like,
Oh, there.
yeah, cause I think those,
It's right over them.
it's all over, it's like all these vents, but it seemed like those vents right there, you can really feel it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm fine. If I get hot, I can just take my coat off.
Okay, no
I'm
problem.
good.
Alright.
Gonna get some lunch.
Well, I like trial because I lose weight. I did bring some.
Yeah, I brought some too.
All right, we are back on the record. Any reason we can't proceed on behalf of the plaintiff? Mr. Pye? Any reason we can't bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sherman?
No reason.
Okay, then, Mr. Patterson, feel free to make your way back.
Your Honor, I have an extra exhibit list. If you'd like a copy.
I have one printed.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Shake it. Stop. Let's just chat about, like, here's what the sheriff. Yeah, it's like, here's what the sheriff does, whatever, just kind of surface thoughts. I don't know what they're doing. We lost Deputy Scott.
All right, adjourn. Great.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Defense may resume their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Patterson, earlier this morning, you were asked a question about whether in your inspection of the house recently, had the Richmonds corrected any of the defects they're claiming to be existing in this case. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you said it didn't appear that they had done any corrections other than paint the outside of the house. I
Didn't
think.
appear to, no, sir.
Okay. And you understand that those construction defects are what's at issue in this lawsuit, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had the Richmonds fixed all those construction defects before you had an opportunity to inspect the house, you would not have been able to evaluate for yourself whether those were in fact defects, correct?
Well, I had already looked at the house before this all came to trial, so I knew pretty much the condition of the house.
You brought an expert to the house on September 11, did you not?
Did.
Had the Richmonds corrected the alleged defects in the house, that expert would have had nothing to examine, right?
The expert would not have, nor would yours have.
That's correct. I mean, had we fixed all those issues, our experts wouldn't have been able to examine it, right?
Right.
So you agree and understand, do you not, that that is evidence that had to be preserved in the case, correct?
I can see where you would come from that.
Right. And had we fixed it, we would have been in effect altering the evidence, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. And so you had mentioned, I believe, well, let me ask you this question. You had mentioned that you provided receipts and I think some more detail in a package for Mr. and Mrs. Richmond. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you took it to their house and you left it on the front doorstep,
Yes, sir.
right? And that visit was unannounced, correct? You did not tell them you were coming?
No, sir.
Okay. And you had talked earlier this morning about a time frame for completing the construction initially when the work began.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said 7 to 9 months from March 1 of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so 7 months from March 1 of 2022 would be the end of September, would it not?
Yes, sir.
And 9 months would be the end of November, correct? And originally you promised the Richmonds you would be finished by the end of October,
No,
correct?
sir. I never promised a definitive ending date.
And then you promised them that you would be finished by Thanksgiving,
No,
right?
sir. I did not promise them I would do that.
And then you promised them that they would be in the house by the end of the year, did you
No,
not?
sir. I did not promise any ending date.
Mr. Patterson, the Richmonds wanted new windows installed in their home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And with the new windows, I guess you need to open up the wall in the side of the house where the windows are to be installed?
Unless it was just replacing an existing window. Yes, sir.
Right. So if you're replacing an existing window, you just swap it out. If it's a new area where there wasn't a window previously, you got to cut a hole in the wall, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have to do siding work in that situation, do you not?
Not always. No, sir.
Okay. And with the existing windows, you were going to install sash pack kits, right?
Sash replacement kits. Yes, sir.
Okay, those are the replacement kits that let you keep the existing windows, but you're upgrading the parts, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the Richmonds bought their new windows and their sash pack kits from Premium Doors and Windows, did they not? And they spent, I think, over $50,000 on those.
I have no idea.
Okay. And the company that makes the windows and sash kits is Sierra Pacific, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, it was BMC's responsibility to make sure that the windows were properly installed at the Richmonds home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was BMC's responsibility to make sure that the sash kits were properly installed, was it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, and it was BMC Construction's responsibility to make sure the windows were functioning properly once installed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the person who installed the windows and frames or the company was DG Construction Services, right?
They install the windows, the
Okay.
new windows, yes.
The
not
new
Not the
windows.
sash packs,
Okay, who did the sash packs?
my carpenters.
Okay. And the person that is with DG Construction Services, the owner that you deal with is Giovanni Gonzalez, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Patterson, you are aware, are you not, that after the new windows were installed, the Richmonds found extra parts laying around the house?
Yes, sir.
And they showed you a box of those parts, did they not?
They kept them in the garage. Yes, sir.
All right. You understand that Mr. Gonzalez and DG Construction Services are not licensed contractors in the state of Georgia?
You do not have to be a licensed siding contractor. There's no licensing required by the state of Georgia for siding.
Okay. Well, you were asked a question earlier today about all your contractors being licensed, but that wasn't true for Mr. Gonzalez, right?
Well, nor is it true for the sheetrock guy, the painter. Their licenses are not required. By the ones that are required by the state of Georgia, they are licensed
Like your electricians, your plumbers?
in heating and air.
Okay. And the rest are not licensed, right?
No, none required.
Okay. But the siding person that's installing the new windows is cutting a hole in the wall, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so I believe you told me when I took your deposition, you had never even met the worker who actually installed the new windows. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall that, no. I've
Okay.
met several of his crewmen.
Well, let's take a look at page 185 of your deposition. And if you could, let me make sure I get the right line. I was asking you questions about whether you were familiar with the American Architecture Manufacturers Association, and you're not, are you?
No.
Do you understand that the AAMA, American Architecture Manufacturer Association, has a designation or certification for window installers?
No, sir.
Are you aware that Sierra Pacific will certify window installers?
No, sir.
You did not ask Sierra Pacific, the manufacturer of the windows, for the name of a person who was certified to install their products?
I did not.
You're aware, are you not, that Sierra Pacific Industries provides detailed installation instructions for their windows on their website?
Yes, sir.
And you did not print those installation instructions and provide them to your
They
contractor?
usually come out with the windows as well.
They come out with the windows as well. Okay.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Maybe, maybe not. So I had asked you on the AAMA, I asked you whether the installer was certified by the AAMA, and you asked me, what does that stand for? And I explained it. And on page 186, on line 3, you said you never met that person, right?
Well, it was a whole crew. Some of the crew I had met. I don't know which individual. I had not met all of them. I agree with that.
You don't know who the person was who put the windows in,
It was
right?
not a single person.
Okay,
because the
you don't
windows-
know the group of
windows were
people
too
that put them
large.
in specifically.
No, but they worked for Mr. Giovanni.
Okay. And we talked about the invoices that you provided to the Richmonds for BMC's bills. And originally, we had those summary invoices. You recall those? So when this project was ongoing, month to month to month, all you provided the Richmonds was that one-page summary, correct?
That's correct.
You provided no backup receipts, right?
Nor was asked for any.
You didn't provide them any estimates from your subcontractors or any documentation from them
Well, we got
with the invoice,
we got the estimates to begin with.
right?
I
Let
did
me,
not.
let me rephrase it. That was a bad question. With that summary invoice, pardon me.
All right. I think he's rephrasing the question.
All right.
Hard to just be aware of interrupting each other.
We all recognize it was a bad question. With that invoice, you didn't provide any backup documentation from any of your subcontractors,
That's
right?
correct.
You didn't provide any backup documentation from any of your suppliers,
That's
right?
correct.
The people that provide you building materials.
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't until later that you provided those receipts, as we talked about.
That's correct.
And it wasn't until later after that that you provided those detailed invoices to the Richmonds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in 2022, they didn't have the receipts, they didn't have the detailed invoices,
That's
right?
correct.
That's something they asked you to provide, correct?
After the fact,
Okay.
not in 2022.
Right. And in 2022, even though those summary invoices had no receipts attached to them or any other supporting documentation, the Richmonds paid you promptly on those invoices, did they not?
To the point they stopped.
Right. And they actually handed you checks, correct?
For the most part, yes, sir.
I mean, no snail mail. You actually
No.
got the money in
Correct.
hand, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I wanted to talk just a little bit about a couple of entries on the invoices. We already looked at the invoices with the HVAC system that had the 392% units in there. And I think you said when you and the inspector went into the house on September 11 of this year, you did not notice that the furnace in the attic was 80%
We did
instead of
not, we did
92.
not look at that model number. No, sir.
Okay, but it's a big yellow sticker on the side, right?
I
where
know
they-
how to read the level, but
Right.
we didn't look at it.
Right, but that's where the efficiency rating is,
No,
right?
sir, that yellow sticker doesn't tell you that.
It doesn't tell you it's 80%?
No, sir.
Okay.
None that I've seen.
All right. While we're talking about the attic for a second, you know what a thermal barrier is, do you
Yes, sir.
not?
Yes, sir.
It's a protective material used with foam insulation that
Yes, sir.
really limits the transfer of heat, right?
Yes, sir.
And so a thermal barrier acts like a shield to provide better energy performance. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 127. If you can find Defendants 127. Is this, well, let me know.
I'm in the wrong book.
That's okay. I know. There's too much stuff up there. All right. 127, do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that a quote from Woodman Insulation?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's dated May 31, 2022, revised July 27, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And that was for the Richmond's home
Yes, sir.
and the work they did there?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit 127.
No objection.
127 is admitted.
Now, if you look at the bottom part of this invoice, Mr. Patterson, I think it's the third or fourth from the bottom, you'll see that the estimate provides for a thermal barrier, does it not?
Yes, sir.
And let's take a look at Exhibit 125, please. Is 125 an email from you or an email exchange between you and the folks at Woodman Insulation?
Yeah, it looks like the same, almost the same thing as 127.
Yeah, it came with the invoice, right? Or preceded the invoice?
Yes, sir.
Looks like it, yes. So, and that's dated August 1, 2022, right?
No, sir. 124 is May 31st.
125 is what I'm looking
Oh,
at.
I'm sorry. Yes, August 1st.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 125.
Objection.
Submitted.
All right, and in this email, you write to Woodman Insulation a response to the options they presented you to presenting to what to do with the installation, right? And about the next to last line, you say yes on thermal barrier to attic for storage, right?
Yes, sir.
And that thermal barrier is needed so you can store materials up there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, the Richmonds wanted to use it as storage space, correct?
Uh,
Please. And that's may or may not be in the same book. All right, Exhibit 67 is the invoice, the summary invoice for September 15, 2022 from BMC Construction, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this includes the charges. Well, move to admit 67, please.
No objection.
Madam?
This invoice includes the charges for the installation, does it not? For the insulation, does it
Yes, sir.
not?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you billed the Richmonds for the Woodman insulation work, right?
Yes, sir.
And the Richmonds paid you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that included the thermal barrier for the attic, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that there is in fact no thermal barrier installed in the attic?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So the laundry room was supposed to have a drain, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's take a look at Exhibit 122. Is this an invoice from your plumbing person?
It is.
His name is George, what's his last name?
Welch
Welch with a T.
with a T.
All right, Weltch. And
Yes,
his
sir.
company is Plumbing by George, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recognize Exhibit 122 as the estimate from his company?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 122.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, would you please take a look at the first page about the fourth item, second floor laundry?
Yes, sir.
And this is a new laundry room that was being installed in the area where a master bathroom had been. Is that right?
That's what I
The
remember.
master bath was moved and the laundry room was put in that spot where it formerly occupied,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay, and the line item in this estimate from the plumber includes a floor drain, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you recall when after you and the expert that you engaged went over to the house
Yes, sir.
on September 11, we were told that the floor drain was underneath the washer. Do you remember that?
Yes, I don't know that Mr. Rice mentioned that or not, but that's what the plumber had told me.
Okay, you know it's not there under
I
the
do know it's
dryer.
not there.
All right, and now for the first time in this trial, you're telling us it's somewhere else hidden under the tile?
I'm told, yes, as I addressed with Mr. Pye earlier, I talked to my tile guy and I talked to the plumber. Once I did realize that it's not there for your inspection, I assume you're correct. How to get to that excess of the drain. The plumber said the piping is there. So either the subfloor or something covered it up. So I talked to the tile guy about taking the tile out, taking his Durock out, taking the subfloor out, connecting the drain to the pipe and putting it all back. And that's part of the number he gave me earlier.
Okay, but you billed the Richmonds for putting in a drain, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they paid you, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Patterson, you never told any of the subs that their work was unacceptable, did you?
We probably during the process went through and made some corrections and, hey, can you do this, this and this? But at the end of the day, no, I did not tell them that
Okay.
they were.
You never told them their work was below industry standards?
No, sir.
You accepted the work that the subcontractors did at the Richmonds home, correct?
For the most part, again, admitting that we have some trim work to do.
All right. Let's talk about, but you've billed the Richmonds for trim work, haven't you?
I did.
And, okay, let's talk about the claim of lien that was filed in this case. let's put that up if we can. It was Defendant's Exhibit 29. Pardon me, I'm going to say that all trial. I'm going to get it mixed up. Plaintiff's Exhibit 29. All right, and this is the cover. You let me know when you get there. Or is it on your screen?
Oh, yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay, and so you don't know whether the Richmonds ever received this claim of lien, do you?
I can't verify it. No, it's Federal Express to them, but that's all I can know.
Okay, you never told the Richmonds you filed this lien, right?
No, sir.
You and the Richmonds had no conversations about the lien, did you?
No, sir.
And you still wanted to get paid at the time this lien was recorded in 2023, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that filing a lien against the Richmonds' home would upset them, did you not?
Probably would,
Okay.
but I was upset at the time as well, and I was trying to protect my rights.
Sure, it was contentious with you and the Richmonds at this point in time that the lien was filed, but you were still having conversations, correct?
May 19th, yes,
All right, you were still trying to resolve things so that you would get paid, right?
yes, sir.
You knew that if the Richmonds found out about the lien, they would cut off those discussions, did you
No, I
not?
did not know that.
You're asking this court to enforce the lien, are you not?
Yes, sir.
You want the court to foreclose the lien and order the Richmonds' house sold, do you not?
Objection, Your Honor.
On the grounds?
Talks for legal conclusion. That's not what perfecting a lien does.
All right, noted. I'll overrule the objection. He can answer it if he has a position on that.
I don't understand the legal terms. I'm not smart enough to be a lawyer.
You're plenty smart, Mr. Patterson, but I hear you. You don't understand what the process is of the lien
No,
and how
sir.
it works.
It's the first lien I've ever had to file, so
Okay. Mr. Patterson, I have just two other areas I'd like to talk to you about before I conclude my cross-examination. One is, I'd like to ask you about some of the other projects you were working on at the time that you had the Richmonds project undergoing in 2022. And these are in our exhibit book. And if I can find the right spot, I'll tell you where to look. Would you mind, sir, looking at exhibit 21?
yes, sir.
Do you recognize exhibit 21?
Yes, sir.
Is this a permit from the city of Peachtree?
Peachtree Corners, yes, sir.
Renovation project?
Yes, sir.
And this is a project that your company worked on, right?
Correct.
And it's on 5822 Revington Drive.
Yes, sir.
All right. And behind the permit is the actual application, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move to admit defendants 21.
Objection, Your Honor. Not relevant.
Your Honor, the relevance is to show what types of jobs Mr. Patterson was working on at the time and to establish that the Richmond's job was a much higher dollar job.
All right, overruled, admitted over objection.
All right, Mr. Patterson, this particular project is for a deck removal and replacement, right?
Correct.
And the size of this job was $45,000, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And this is a project that was ongoing at the time that you were working on the Richmond's home in 2022.
Yes, sir. It would have been during the entire time frame. Yes. Been part of that time.
Let's take a look at exhibit 22 if we can. And I just have a few of these. You recognize Exhibit 22?
Yes, sir.
Is this a building permit for the city of Atlanta?
It is.
All right, and was this a project that BMC worked on?
Yes, sir.
And that was for 612 Allen Court
Yes, sir.
in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what that project was for?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was a renovation of the main floor of the house.
All right, and it looks like the cost was 190,000.
Yes, sir.
So that's still less than half of what the Richmond's job was, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's look at, and I move to admit 22.
Same objection, Your Honor, lack of relevance.
All right, same objection is admitted over objection.
All right, let's look at 23 if we can. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is this another permit card and application submitted by and from the city of Peachtree Corners?
Yes, sir.
And is this for a project BMC worked on
Yes, sir.
in 2022?
Yes, sir.
And that is for a property at 4030 Grove Hill Court?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that looks like a kitchen remodel and a dining room and a powder room.
Yes, sir.
That's for $110,000 projected cost.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's about a fifth of what the Richmond's project was, right?
Was estimated at. Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at exhibit, or move to admit 23.
Objection, lack of relevance.
All right, same objection is noted.
I just have a couple more, Mr. Patterson. Let's take a look at 24. You recognize this is a permit card and application related to the city of Peachtree Corners
Yes, sir.
for a property at 4424 Marchable Court.
Yes, sir.
And it's just a project that BMC worked on.
Yes, sir.
And that was a residential deck replacement, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was for 24,000, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 24.
Objection, lack of relevance.
Admitted over objection.
Let's look at exhibit 25. Another Peachtree Corners project that BMC worked on, right?
Yes, sir.
Is this the permit card in the application for?
Yes, sir.
4669 River Court?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 25.
Objection, lack of relevance.
All right, I'll admit it over that objection. At some point, though, I would say there's a 403 objection here, Mr. Sherman, so you can proceed with that.
All right, I've got, was it sustained or
This 24 and 25 are admitted.
in? Okay. And the project for 25 is for $75,000, right?
Yes, sir.
One last one. 26.
Yes, sir.
This is another Peachtree Corners project for 5810 Clinchfield Trail, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize this permit card and application?
Yes, sir.
And that's a project BMC worked on in 2022 while
Yes,
it was
sir.
working on the Richmond's home?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 26, and that's my last one.
Objection, lack of relevance.
Admitted over objection.
All right, and Mr. Patterson, that project was for around $1,700, is that right?
1,700. Yeah, probably. So it's pretty small.
Mr. Patterson, you understand, do you not, that the Richmond's home was built in 1973, 1974 in that time frame?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that older homes built before 1978 are more likely to contain lead-based paint, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And you conducted no inspection to see whether the Richmond's home had lead-based paint, did you?
Did not.
All right, and you did no testing on the walls or surfaces or siding to see whether lead was present, correct?
Correct.
And you're not personally certified to perform renovation work on a house built before 1978, are you?
I'll have to look into that. I know I got certified at one time, but I don't remember the follow-up on that.
And your company, BMC Construction, is not certified to do renovation work on a home built before
Same would
1978.
apply.
You're aware that before BMC Construction could perform any work on the Richmond's home, you have to attend a renovation, repair, and painting course to learn about lead-safe work practices?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of that.
All right. And before BMC Construction could perform any work on the Richmond's home, you understand you and BMC Construction had to obtain those special certifications, do you not?
I do not.
Those certifications are designed to avoid creating lead-based hazards in the home, are they not?
Yes, sir.
And you and BMC Construction have received no lead-based paint practices, correct?
Correct.
Pardon me?
Correct.
All right. And you're aware, are you not, that there's significant health risk associated with exposure to lead-based paint, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those health risks include high blood pressure, heart attacks, kidney failure?
I assume so. I don't know.
All right. Mr. Patterson, in addition to not testing for lead-based paint, you also neglected to test for asbestos, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, do you not, that for demolition and renovation work, you have to test for asbestos, correct?
Did not understand that.
And you understand that if friable asbestos-containing material is found, it has to be removed, correct?
Yes.
And that removal has to be done by a licensed asbestos abatement contractor, correct?
Yes.
BMC Construction is not a licensed asbestos abatement contractor, is it?
Correct.
And none of the contractors or subcontractors who worked on the Richmond's home renovation are licensed asbestos abatement contractors, were they?
Correct.
All right, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 5 if we can. I'm gonna find my book. You recognize Exhibit 5 and Defendant's Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
And is this a building permit application for the Richmond's home
It is.
located at 1735 Marlboro Drive?
Correct.
All right. And this is a building permit application that was submitted by BMC Construction?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, move to admit Exhibit 5, Defendant's 5.
5 is admitted.
All right. And if you could, I'd like you to take a look at the second page of this application.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you look at the bottom, you signed that application as a qualifying agent of BMC Construction, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that attestation above your signature, you wrote, or it says, I hereby designate the above listed authorized permit agent to apply for and obtain the permit for the project listed above. The undersigned, being licensed as a qualifying agent, do hereby affirm and swear under oath that all information on this form and on the accompanying documents are true and correct. Is that your signature underneath that attestation?
Yes, sir.
It was notarized, was it not?
Right.
Okay. And Mr. Patterson, if you would look back at the first page of the application
Yes, sir.
and the box called description of work,
Yes, sir.
on the bottom right-hand corner, the construction cost is listed as $285,000, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And this permit was submitted, or actually was signed by you on February 7, 2022, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And to the city of Sandy Springs, you signed a permit application saying the construction cost projected for the Richmond's home was $285,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet you gave the Richmonds an estimate for more than $500,000, did you not?
Yes, sir.
So in this permit application to Sandy Springs, you misrepresented the construction cost of the Richmond's renovations, did you not?
No, sir, I did not. And I'll explain that.
Explain it, please.
We had over a $500,000 estimate to Mr. Richmond, where he had taken the basement part out of that, so that reduced the cost. He took the elevator out of that, that reduced the cost. And I assumed that, based on some conversations we had, that he wanted to try to reduce the cost as much as possible. Now, I have for 40 years Every application I've ever filled out has been the cost of the project, not the cost plus overhead and profit, not the contract amount, but the actual cost of the job. I've done that for 40 years. Because that's what it's asking, is the cost, not the contract amount, but the cost.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 1 if we can. Plaintiff's defendants 1.
Plaintiff or,
Defendants, I'm
Okay.
sorry. And let's go to the third page. Do you recognize that document as the
Yes, sir.
estimates you gave the
Yes, sir.
Richmonds? Around the same time you filed that permit application with the city
Yes,
of
sir.
Sandy Springs?
yes, sir.
You actually applied for your permit before the Richmonds even agreed to let you do the work, right?
We filled out the paperwork, yes, sir. I did it through an expediter.
Okay. And that was before the Richmonds had hired you, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's take a look at the third page of Exhibit 1. And by the way, I'll move to admit defendants 1.
Objection.
I've defense one is already in.
Pardon me?
Defense one?
Defendants 1.
Okay, I think it's already in, but if
It
it isn't,
is.
then it's admitted. All right.
All right. Let's take a look at the third page.
Mhm.
You have the total estimated cost of $567,360.
Yes, sir.
All right. And included in that is the $89,000 for the basement and the elevator.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or the basement, I think.
For the basement.
Okay. So that would bring you down to about 477,000, would it not?
Roughly, yes, sir.
All right. And if I took, are you saying that includes your 20%
Yes, sir.
cost in there?
Yes, sir.
Profit overhead?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, if I take that out, that's let's say another 120, that still brings me down to $440,000, right?
Roughly, yes, sir.
I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars more than what you told the city of Sandy Springs that the cost would be, right?
It might, yeah, it's under what it wound up being. Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
It's under, yes, sir.
All right. Let's take a look at Exhibit 9 if we can. This is Defendant's Exhibit 9. And do you recognize this as the building permit for the Richmond's home
Yes, sir.
issued by the city of Sandy Springs?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this may be in already, but I'm going to move to admit Defendant's 9 as well.
No objection.
9 is admitted.
All right. And this building permit in the building information section shows again the estimated cost of construction of $285,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was the number you gave them, right?
Yes, sir.
On your application.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's take a look at the section underneath scope of work where it says for approval, see approved plans. And there's a paragraph that starts with compliance with the noise ordinance. It says compliance with the noise ordinance, permit posting, erosion control, and all applicable regulations are enforced. Subcontractor affidavits shall be submitted before beginning work. And then in bold, it says no occupancy allowed prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy or certificate of completion by the city of Sandy Springs. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never obtained a certificate of occupancy from the city of Sandy Springs, did you?
That's correct.
And you never obtained a Sandy Springs certificate of completion, correct?
Correct.
You told the Richmonds, though, it was all right for them to move into the unfinished Marlboro home, did you not?
They were moving in regardless. So I said, go ahead and move in. I mean, I can't keep them out of their house, like I explained earlier.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 212. Can you find that for me, please?
I've got the page.
All
I'm just trying to get it working.
I hear you. I wish there was a better system. I haven't figured it out yet. Mr. Patterson, I'm looking at Defendant's Exhibit 212.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
And that's a
Well,
series
yeah.
of text messages, is it not?
Right.
And those are dated from December 15 through December 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like the text message participants are you, the Richmonds, and the architect, right?
Yes.
All right. Would you take a look at the December 17, 2022? Well, let me move to admit 212, Your Honor.
Objection.
All right, submitted.
Let's look at the December 17, 2022 text exchange between you and Brian Richmond.
Yes, sir.
Brian Richmond wrote you and said, read your email. Do we have a temporary certificate of occupancy? Question mark. Do you see that?
I do.
And you wrote back, not really, but move in. Don't think it's a problem. No different than doing renovations with you living in the house, which we do 95% of the time.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you told Brian Richmond it was okay to move in without a temporary CO, right?
Told them they could move in, yeah, but I
And you
couldn't stop them
told them,
regardless.
we do our renovations most of the time, 95% of the time with people living in the home.
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor. We do reserve the right to call Mr. Patterson in our case.
All right. Any redirect?
Randall, you asked some questions about when there was power to the whole house, when there was limited power. Just tell us about the power situation.
When you start doing demolition, obviously you got to pull out, we're going to redo the whole house, rewire the whole house, add new panels. All the old wiring was pulled out because it was not to code. Like I mentioned earlier, there were some things twisted off in the walls. It's amazing to me it didn't burn down. So we pulled all that out, but we had to keep some power going. So the electrician wired us up enough outlets for us to run our tools on. So we had an outlet on each floor, at least one on each floor. And that was maintained throughout the project, except for the short period of time that Georgia Power moved the meter. Obviously, you have to kill the power, put in a new meter, reconnect the power. That was done in one day. So that was the only day the house was totally out of power. The rest of the time, it was limited to different effects.
Right. You were asked about large jobs you had done on the recommendation of Cincy.
Right.
Have you done large jobs not related to Cincy?
Yes, sir. Like I had explained to before, she's only maybe 50% of my work. So I get jobs all the time from other revenues. It's not just her. I've built 2 5,000 square foot homes. I've built 2 churches. I've done other jobs, $500,000 jobs that had Cincy was not involved in.
Right. So you built a church?
Built 2,
Two. What
one
church?
in Lawrenceville and one in Loganville.
Right. Now, Mr. Sherman asked you about testify about the Richmonds' failure or delay to do any repairs to preserve the evidence.
Yes, sir.
When is the first time you got any kind of expert report from the Richmonds about their claims?
When Mr., I forget his name, their expert went by and sent us the report, and then we got a follow-up expert estimate.
How long after you were terminated from the job did
Good,
furnish an expert report?
well over a year.
Okay.
I mean, that was earlier this year, and we've been off since 23.
Right. And when did you get a estimate of repair from the Richmond?
I think we got that maybe May, June of this year. Yes, sir.
So year and a half or so
Yes, sir.
after. So for a year and a half or so, the matter, you were not furnished any kind of expert reports or
Not an
damage
expert.
estimate,
No, sir.
and they didn't do any repairs,
Correct.
except what you said earlier.
Right.
Now, you were shown some permits regarding small jobs that you did at the same time as you were doing the Richmond job.
Yes, sir.
Were those the same kind of jobs as the Richmond job?
Oh, no, they're much smaller, but you have to understand.
Couple of building decks and.
Yes, sir. In my business, you can't just do one job at a time. Otherwise, when that job's done, you have no income. So you have to keep jobs going on. And I have crews that I move, the framing crew, the demo framing crew, once they were done at Richmond's, they've got to go somewhere. I can't just leave them at home. So I move them to build a deck, or I move them to do a basement, or move them to do a bathroom. So we keep projects going on. And then by the time they get done, it's ready for the electrician to move over, the plumber, so forth and so on. So you just try to keep subcontractors moving from job to job to job.
As for preference, would you rather do a job that paid you a lot of money or one that didn't pay much money?
Prefer a lot, but
Okay, but
a lot of headaches come with
you
that
didn't
too.
make that decision as to work the rich job versus the small.
No, sir, it had no relevance whatsoever.
Have you heard any complaint from the Richmonds about this lead-based paint issue?
Never been
before
mentioned till
today?
just a minute ago.
Have you heard any complaint from the Richmonds about asbestos before today?
Not till just a minute ago, no, sir.
Right, I think that's all. Thank you, sir.
Any recross on those points?
None, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Patterson, you can step down.
Do I carry all this stuff with me?
I'll leave
may
that to
need a
Mr.
hand truck.
Sherman. You may need a
That
hand.
would be
Trade the
no.
books, Your Honor.
All right,
I've had 4 back surgeries. I don't need a 5th.
understood. All right, members of the jury, feel free to stand, stretch in place if you'd like to, unless anyone needs a break. But if not, I'll ask the plaintiff to call our next witness.
Our next witness will be me. Shall I take the witness stand?
Let me inquire, Mr. Sherman, do you anticipate putting any questions to Mr. Pai on this subject matter?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right, so then, Mr. Pai, I think instead we'll just let you stay at the podium and you can state in your place and present the exhibits that you have on this subject.
Please the court, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Pye. Spell my name P-Y-E. I'm a lawyer, born and raised in Atlanta. I went to Mercer for my undergraduate degree and also Mercer's Law School. Graduated in 1970. And in that year, I did another year of graduate legal studies at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. Returned from Scotland to Atlanta, was admitted to the bar, and I've been a practicing lawyer ever since 1971. My practice, and by the way, I'm a sole practitioner. My little office is called Law Offices of Tom Pye, PC. I have a professional corporation for a one-man law office. And Ms. Parks is my good, faithful assistant. My practice is a general practice, mostly civil litigation. I don't have a majority area, but I do a lot of work in real estate related matters, representing builders, contractors, owners, subcontractors, and I do other kinds of work. And I have done that for 54 years. I was employed by Randall in beg your pardon. Well, let's do it this way. in May of 2023. He brought this matter to my attention, said he believed he was owed some money and wanted my help in trying to obtain the payment of the money. Contractors who do work that improves the property of the property owner have a right to file a lien. A lien is not self-executing, it's simply a notice of the claim. But it has to be filed within 90 days of the last day that work was done. After 90 days, you lose your right to file a lien. So I filed a lien on behalf of my client, BMC, and sent a copy to the owners, Mr. and Ms. Richmond. The documents that have been admitted show the Federal Express delivery notice and actually a little picture of the FedEx envelope on the front door of the Richmond's house. When we did not have any response to that, I filed a lawsuit on behalf of BMC to try to establish BMC's entitlement to the money. And that lawsuit began in 2024 and has proceeded up until this time. Civil lawsuits have a commonality. You file the lawsuit, the defendant is served with a copy. The defendant has 30 days to file an answer. And then there's a process called discovery. Each side sends written questions to the other, asking for names of witnesses, expert witnesses, and so forth. Those written questions have to be answered in writing within 30 days under oath. You can also request documents from the other side, and you can also take the depositions of the other side. Sometimes there are motions about technical matters, which not the case here. Among the questions that I asked and the documents that I requested were information about expert witnesses. I did not receive any information about expert witnesses until earlier this year, at which time I took the deposition of the expert witnesses, obtained my own expert witness for BMC. An inspection was done of the house by our expert witness, who you'll hear from later. And his deposition was taken. There have been some preliminary matters here in the court. And all of that is a fairly routine procedure for civil litigation. My agreement with my client was to charge on an hourly basis of $350 per hour. And I would bill periodically, and my bill would be paid periodically. Plaintiff's Exhibit 31 is a copy of my office's client ledger for this account, for BMC Construction. It gives the date, a description of the work done, the fees based on $350 an hour for each of those items of work. And if Your Honor, please, I'd offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 31 and evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, my objection is it's not been, no foundation has been laid for admission as a business record.
All right. Mr. Pye, if you just want to tell us a bit more about how you compiled this document.
I'm sorry, I thought I said that this was a client ledger maintained by my firm for clients, for record keeping and bill keeping for clients.
If you could just tell me a little bit about how it's maintained.
I actually have two pieces of software. One is called I have a a, a, a software on my computer in which I enter based on the client's name. I enter what I've done, the amount of time, the rate is already into that system. And so on a daily basis in which I do work for a client, there's that entry. At the end of the month, I then transfer all of that information on the billing component to a software called PC Law, which is the accounting software for my firm. It has all of my accounting on it, and it has all my time records on it. And then at the beginning of each month, PC Law prints out a bill which is sent to the client. Client pays the bill, the payment entry goes on to PC Law, which is on this client ledger. And I believe that's a description of the business record.
All right, retendering 31, any objection?
No withdraw, objection, no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 31's admitted.
Right. As I said, Plaintiff's Exhibit 31 has records for BMC up through last Thursday. We were required to submit our exhibits last week. And so this is through last Thursday. As of last Thursday, I had spent 113 hours on this matter at a rate of $350 per hour. Since last Thursday, up until yesterday, I've spent an additional 19 hours. So that is a total of 132 hours of work at $350 an hour. And I mismultiplied on my notes. So let me do that now. 132 times 250, 350. That totals, as of yesterday, $46,200 in attorney's fees. As the case goes forward, I'll continue to bill at $350 per hour. In addition, I have expended for disbursements, primarily court reporting transcripts, which are significant, filing fees, which are not significant. And I have expended for those out-of-pocket necessary expenses $6,479.60. So as of yesterday, that total, $52,679.60. And we'll continue, as I said, at $350 per hour. I've been doing this, as I said, for over 50 years, and I have in litigation considerable information concerning the hourly rates of lawyers in matters such as this, and particularly those lawyers who've been around as long as I have. $350 per hour is a moderate hourly rate for lawyers in this area, but is reasonable, in my opinion, and the charges here were necessary and reasonable for the representation of my client, BMC Contracting.
All right, and Mr. Sherman, to follow back up with you, do you still anticipate any cross-examination or
I do
any?
not, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pye, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the plaintiff rests.
All right, Mr. Sherman, do you need to make any motions outside the jury's presence?
I do not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, then, members of the jury, unless there's a show of hands, the plaintiff has now rested their evidence at this point, so we then turn it over to the defense so that they can present whatever evidence they have in support of their claims or in defense against the plaintiff's claims. So to that, Mr. Sherman, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we're going to begin defendant's case by playing the deposition of Michael Kerouac.
All right, and is there an agreement on the designations and everything that we had previously discussed?
Actually, I don't think we discussed it, but I don't have any objection to the deposition as long as my brief part at the end of the deposition can be played also.
And we added it to the video.
All right. Do you need any, would you request any instruction from me beforehand? All right. So members of the jury, what you're about to hear is a recorded deposition testimony from a witness who is not present here in court today. But under the law, you should consider this testimony as if it were in fact coming from a live witness and give it that same weight or whatever weight you would give it in assessing the credibility of witnesses. And so with that, Mr. Sherman.
Do you want me to take it down? Typically, we don't.
Yeah, I don't think so. Now, the defendant's called Michael Kerouac, whose testimony will be presented by a video.
I think I started working for his company. He may go back as far.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Kerouac.
And as I understand it, you don't have any records of any testing or moisture readings or anything relating to the Richmond's home?
I do not.
The name of your company is Authentic Hardwood Flooring, is it not?
Yes.
And you've mentioned your business, Authentic Hardwood, and I believe you mentioned you've been in business 20 plus years
Yes, sir.
as Authentic Hardwood.
Yes, sir.
All right. How many years total was it?
We started in '99. 26 years this November.
All right. And what's your title with the company?
I'm the CEO.
Have you always been the CEO?
Yes.
All right. And tell us what kind of business Authentic Hardwood is.
We're contractors. We install, sand and finish residential flooring.
You do new installations
We do.
and you do refinishing, correct?
We do.
All right. And do you work on both new construction and remodeling?
Primarily remodeling, but we do some new construction.
Do you hold any professional licenses?
I do not.
Have you ever?
I do not. Did not.
Okay. What about any certifications? Do you hold any?
No.
Have you ever had any certifications?
No.
Is Authentic Hardwood licensed by anyone?
No.
Let me ask you this question. You are familiar with BMC Construction Inc., correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with BMC's owner, Randall Patterson, are you not?
I am.
How long have you known Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I've known of him for a long, long time, decades. I think I started working for his company. He may go back as far as 10 years, 8 years. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. I just don't know exactly when I started working for him.
Are you still doing work for Mr. Patterson at BMC Construction?
I am.
Did you do anything to prepare for your deposition today?
No, I just figured I'd come here and tell you the truth.
What discussions have you had with Mr. Patterson about the Richmond matter since the time that the work was done on the house?
What have we discussed about the Richmond's job? I think it's, I don't know, just how it all kind of fell apart, more or less, his side versus, I don't know, just all the heartache of it all.
And at the same time, I think there was a refinishing, sanding and refinishing of existing hardwood floors in September 2022. Is that correct?
So if you'd like, I could just tell you how I recollect all this went down. I don't have any problem with that. Or I can just answer questions. I could tell you exactly my recollection of how everything transpired, because I have no problem telling the good, the bad, and the ugly.
All right, well, lay it on us.
I'll just tell you how it went in the way I remember it. We installed the floors. In our opinion, it was a lot of high moisture level in the house. When we went back to sand, we felt it was too high. My recollection is always all over me to finish this job. We're behind schedule, blah, blah, blah. I said, you got to get the HVAC system running. It was Georgia Power thing. I said, hey, all I know to do is put some dehumidifiers over there. Maybe that'll help. We sanded the floors. We did 2 coats. Contract reads 3 coats. We were holding off for the last coat. When we came back to do the last coat, what had happened was he had covered the floor, and because he didn't cover the floor the way he should have, tape peeled the finish. And he said to me, how do we make it right? And I said, well, we're going to have to refinish it. And I said, that's just the only way to make this right. We can go around and touch it up, but they're not going to be happy. So we refinished it. And I said, it's going to be a lot of money. And he says, well, I'll have to pay it. And I said, okay. So we presented another bill. We redid the floors, and he paid the bill. Then what happened was, as the house dried out with the heat and air on, the floor started to shrink. And that's when it really started to become a problem. And Randall's saying, hey, what can you do? What can you do? And I said, hey, I don't really know. I said, I don't know what the problem is. So I would go talk with the Richmonds, and we had good conversations as to what happened and, what wasn't satisfactory. I think the problem was that now the house is drying out, and because it had no power on it for a good while, and I don't know how long, I would imagine months. So now everything's drying out, right? And Randall's telling me about Crown, and they're showing me this and that, and I'm like, hey, it is what it is. And then, that's when they had their big issues. The floors was one part of a problem, and then I just kind of said, hey, I don't even know where to go forward from here with you. There's not much I can do to help you. I told them, you got to figure this out. And then it started going down a road where the Richmonds didn't even want him to finish it. In my opinion, the Richmonds didn't even want, they were ready to just wash their hands of it. And that's kind of my recollection of the whole thing. And that's the conversations we have with Randall that I had was all about this in general. And it was about the quality of the work and lack thereof in some instances. And then it was a lot of, again, more of venting, right? Everybody, both parties kind of telling me their side of the story from the way they see it. And I was kind of getting it from both.
In the middle.
In the middle.
All right. So when you say you had conversations with Randall Patterson about the quality of the work or lack thereof in some instances, you're talking about after this was all over and
Yeah.
Randall was venting to you, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what, did he describe to you other problems beyond just the hardwood flooring that you remember?
I think those problems, the conversations about other issues in the house came up more after I met with Mr. Richmond. And then, you know, he kind of, Randall knew that Mr. Richmond had other issues than just floors. And he knew that Mr. Richmond was telling me, showing me things he didn't like. So that's kind of what was happening.
Did you explain to Mr. Patterson the problems that Mr. Richmond had pointed out to you?
Some,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it was, yeah.
Do you remember specifically what any of those things were?
Yeah, me and Mr. Richmond had good conversations.
Okay.
We weren't, my recollection, there was no ugliness between Mr. Richmond and I.
Let me ask you this question. Do you recall Mr. Richmond pointing out to you any construction issues he had or concerns that he had with the construction beyond just the flooring?
I do.
All right. Do you remember anything in particular that he showed you?
I do.
What?
I remember some bad trim work. Some crown mold that had, some of it was cracking due to shrinkage, some of it was, you know, just, I guess, cuts that he didn't like. And then there was, he showed me some, I think it was like door casings. I don't know if that pertains to trim work, but it was like door casings that just weren't right. And I think there was some other doors that didn't close properly or something like that.
Could those have been pocket doors?
I think so, yes. Now that you say that, I think maybe that's what Mr. Richmond was showing me.
Did Mr. Richmond ever show you any problems with tile work in the bathrooms?
I don't remember that.
All right.
I'm not going to say he didn't, but I don't specifically remember.
Did Mr. Richmond ever tell you about problems with the tile in the shower?
I don't remember that.
All right. Did Mr. Richmond show you any problems with any of the lighting work or the cabinetry work?
I remember talking with Mr. Richmond about cabinets, but I can't specifically say what he didn't like about it. But I remember us standing in his kitchen.
When Mr. Richmond was pointing these issues out to you, did they appear to be legitimate issues?
Yes.
Okay. You thought they were construction issues that were palpable?
Yes.
So when the hardwoods were ready to be installed in this home, at the Richmond's home, do you recall what the condition of the house was?
High level of moisture.
High level of moisture.
Yeah.
Tell me what happened in the Richmond's project. Did you take any temperature readings of the house?
Yeah, we did when it came time when he was calling in for a sand and finish.
All right, but what about when the installation was done?
I don't recall. I think we knew the levels were high in the house just from, anyone could tell by standing in
Just
there.
from walking in?
Yeah, you could stand in there and tell. And it's August and there's been no power to the house. So whether or not we took readings, I don't know.
And if you'll see on the first page of Defendant's Exhibit 8, there's a line item that says hardwood installation, September 6th. Do you see that?
Correct.
Does that refresh your memory as to when the hardwood flooring was installed?
Correct.
That was September 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no sanding or refinishing done at that time?
I do not think so. My recollection was we installed it and left, came back and sanded it later.
Okay.
And we would have been paid for that first invoice before we went back to sand and finish.
So that would suggest to you, would it not, that after the hardwood floors were installed on September 6th, that the sanding and staining was originally set for Wednesday, September 21, correct?
Understood. Yep.
And that would be for both the new and the refinish, right?
Yes, yes.
Alright. And then if you flip the page, there's an email or a text rather from Mr. Patterson dated September 2022 that says, update on floors, they will start sanding tomorrow, process should take several days, so I don't see us meeting there Friday. So again, that refers to sanding starting the next day, which would be September 21, 2022, right?
Right.
All right. Let's take a look at the next page. And there is a text message from Randall Patterson to the Richmonds and Cincy dated September 21, 2022 at 9:52 a.m. It's toward the bottom third of the page. Do you see that? And it says attachment, long message text.
Yeah.
All right, well, I've attached the text
Right.
behind that. And in this text on September 21, 2022, Mr. Patterson wrote, I've got some news I hate to share, but have to. Floor guys called and they are terribly afraid to sand and stain the house without any AC on due to temperatures we are going through right now and upcoming over next weeks. They're afraid the floors will have issues and will be so far into it that it will be extremely difficult to fix. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall this discussion with
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Patterson?
Yeah, I do.
And were you the person who had that discussion?
Yes, I was.
All right, and tell me what you remember about that discussion.
Leading up to that, we kept hearing about how he's behind schedule and he's being pressured to get the floors done. And so we went over there and then I just decided that we weren't going to sand the floors because he didn't have the HVAC system on that we said he needed to be on. We usually ask that it's on for at least a couple of weeks. So he said, well, I got to do it. I said, well, here's the deal. You can't. So I asked one of my guys to go over there with a dehumidifier. And I said, we'll go buy a dehumidifier. We'll stick it in the house. It's not something we typically do. Okay. So in the meantime, he said, I'm going to have to talk to the Pattersons. And then he said, it is what it is.
Talk to the Richmonds.
I'm sorry, the Richmonds. And then he said, it is what it is. So then he called back and said, hey, when can you sand the floors? And I said, when you get the HVAC up and running. So in the meantime, we kept going over to the house to empty the water bucket. So when the machine fills up, it shuts off. And the reason we like it that way is so we can judge how much water it's pulling. So I would have guys go over there. And from time to time, whenever I could. And that wasn't going to be the cure. It was just do something, right? Do something to help. And then we got a call, my best recollection, we got a call, hey, we got it up and running. And then we went over there and sanded it. I think he said that it was, my best recollection is that it was probably on, I'm guessing, but I think his HVAC was probably running for 2 to 3 weeks, I think. I'm guessing a little bit.
Okay, and we'll look at some text and things to try to hone in on that date. But from your recollection, the conversation was had on or around September 21, where you explained it was just too moist to go in there and do the sanding.
It was probably minutes before this text.
Okay, and so shortly after that, is that when you asked your folks to put a dehumidifier in there?
No, it was like then.
Right then.
Like right then. I'm like, let's do something. Because I could tell he was stressed about having to have the conversation. So my people said, hey, let's just see if we can get a dehumidifier.
All right, and that would give you some indication of how much moisture there was in the house by how quickly that bucket was filling up, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And so at that point in time, though, there still was no HVAC in the house, correct?
There was not.
And there was limited power, right?
There was limited
And I
power.
think, as I recall, there were problems because some of the workers were sharing the outlet where the dehumidifier was plugged in.
I heard that.
Okay, and at times the dehumidifier would become unplugged and not replugged. Is that fair to say?
I heard that.
So there were periods of time where the dehumidifier was not running then?
I heard that.
Okay, and Is it correct that the dehumidifier stops running once the bucket fills up with water?
Correct.
Okay, so it won't start running again until the bucket's emptied.
Correct.
All right, and so there'd be periods of time where the bucket filled up and the dehumidifier would stop running and wouldn't run until it was empty, right?
Correct.
Do you remember what size that dehumidifier was?
Nah.
It was a residential unit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it was, yeah.
Not a commercial grade
No,
unit.
absolutely not.
In the sequence of events, the install September 6, you were going to do the sanding on September 21, but determined the conditions weren't appropriate.
Yep.
And then on September 26, Mr. Patterson tells you the HVA system's up and running at Marlboro, right?
Right.
Did somebody check the relative humidity in the
Yeah,
house?
yeah, we would have checked. We check it every time we go by. Pretty much kind of normal, right?
Right.
So we go by.
Okay, I'm talking
Not
about the
relative
humidity in the
No,
house.
we do not.
You do not test
We
for
do not.
relative humidity.
We do not.
Do you recall how long the hardwood boards, the new installation that were on site before September 6 when they were installed?
I do not.
Do you recall whether there were any moisture readings taken of the hardwood boards before they were installed?
There were not.
Do you recall whether there was any testing done of the moisture content of the subflooring before the installation?
I do not.
And I think you have to calibrate them to the type of wood. Is that how it works sometimes?
They're just calibrated to hardwood.
AC systems up and running. So September 26 was a Monday, and then the following Monday, you're doing the sanding and staining, right?
Yeah, this is all correct, going by the text.
Okay, so the HVA system had only been in operation for a week.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And that's shorter than you like, correct?
Yeah,
You prefer the HVA system?
and all,
HVAC
being candid, probably shorter than needed.
Pardon me?
Probably shorter than needed.
What do you mean?
The longer it runs, the better. The longer it runs, the more everything's going to acclimate.
Right. You prefer for the ambient conditions in the house and the climate control to be stable at the time.
Sure,
that
yeah,
And you prefer that it had been stable for a longer period of time than just a week before you install the hardwood
Yeah,
floors.
yeah.
So why did you not tell Mr. Patterson to not go forward, or did you tell him that?
No, I'm sure I didn't tell him not to go forward. I'm sure at that point, it was like, just, we're doing it.
All right. You
And
could-
there was no like me saying, oh, you sure we shouldn't? There was no talk.
Is it possible you didn't ask him that because you knew what the answer would be?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew where we were at that point.
Yeah.
I'm just,
You had to do the job,
it was,
right?
it was getting done.
Okay.
When he starts saying, I'll get generators, yeah, we're just at that point, we're not fighting with him anymore.
Do you recall there being an issue with the tape residue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does it appear to you that this is when this is coming to light, on November 17, 2022?
Absolutely. Yep.
In fact, the next text says it's actually prior coats of poly sticking to the painter's tape used on the RAM board, not so much residue. Do you see that?
Okay, yeah.
All right. And so what do you remember about the problem with the residue?
I just remember having a meeting with my guys about what are we going to do to fix it. And that's when it all started, we started talking.
So that's when it's discovered there's some residue on the hardwood floor, right?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe it? Did you see it? Do you remember it?
So how I believe it to be is when they peeled the tape up, it was leaving tape marks. Sometimes if you don't use the right tape, it'll peel the finish. I don't know that I describe it as a residue. But normally it's just the tape and the way the floor was covered has damaged the finish.
It's peeling the finish off the
Yeah.
wood flooring, right?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Did you actually go to the house and see it?
I'm sure I did.
Do you feel like it was a legitimate concern of the Richmonds to complain about the residue on the hardwood floor and the damage it caused to the stain when the tape was removed?
Do I think it was a legitimate complaint?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And was that, if there's a cause or root cause for that problem, was it due to the way in which the floors were covered and taped, in your belief?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not something that Authentic Hardwood did?
No, we didn't do that.
Okay. So who contacted you about that problem? Was it Mr. Patterson?
Oh, I'm sure.
Do you know if he contacted you on the phone or by text or by email?
I don't know.
Okay. And so what do you recall discussing with Mr. Patterson about that problem?
Like a lot of people, hope you can fix it,
Okay.
right? How can you make this problem go away?
All right. And what was your response?
Not to their satisfaction,
Why did you say that?
because we couldn't touch it up well enough for them to accept it.
Okay. So what will the solution then be?
Resand the floors.
Okay. And is that what occurred?
That's what occurred.
Okay. And so when did that resanding take place? Do you remember?
I don't know. I don't know. Probably immediately.
Well, do you recall it being done sometime around Thanksgiving?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And so describe that process for me. Was it similar to the first time it was sanded?
Yeah, you
and-
just sand off the finish, restain it, start over.
Okay.
That's
so,
a way to get you back right again.
Okay, so at this point, what you're sanding, what's on there now is the 2 coats of stain and the 3 coats of poly, right?
Yeah.
And so you're taking all that off, correct? And then you're going back and doing the same thing all over again, 2 coats of stain and 3
Yes.
coats of poly.
Yes.
And did you do a 4th coat?
Probably did, because at that point, he'd have been ready for the final coat. So we probably would have just stayed right on it, I'm guessing.
All right.
That's what, at that point, they were ready for the final coat before this problem arose, so we would have just stayed on it and did all 4 coats. So I'm assuming.
And when that work was done around Thanksgiving, sometime in November of 2022, did Authentic Hardwood take any readings of the moisture content of the flooring or subflooring?
No.
Did Authentic Hardwood take any readings of the relative humidity in the house?
No.
Did Authentic Hardwood take any measurements or recordings of the temperature in the house?
No.
All right. And so, did any problems arise with the hardwood flooring after that second time it was sanded and stained and covered?
At some point, there were cracks in the floor due to the floors drying out, because now you're in the winter, now you're blowing hot air in there, and now everything that's gone on in the house is now starting to acclimate, trim, floors, and everything.
You would turn to the text that start December 18, 2022. Are you there yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
And it's a text from Mr. Richmond to the group dated December 18, 2022 that says, floors are beginning to look worse, white showing up through grooves and other locations between boards through the house on the hardwoods. Concern is moving begins tomorrow and much will not be seen and covered. Also, not only is power out to the beverage bar and coolers, power outlets in dining room and living room, as well as plugs for basement, AquaGuard system not working. And then if you look behind that, or 2 down, there's a series of photographs, and I wanted to point those to you. They're attached to the back of this email chain.
Okay.
So do you recall the problem with the hardwood floors gapping and cracking being raised around the middle of December 2022?
Well, I'm assuming after that text I was with Tracy, right?
Well,
Eventually, he called me to
Who
say,
called you?
So this is the 18th. I think we're getting probably, yeah, so here we go, the 19th. So apparently, after that text, Randall must have called me and said, hey, we got an issue. And I said, okay, I'll come by and take a look.
Okay, you're looking at a text dated December 19, 2022 from Randall saying, I sent several pics to the floor guys last week, so I'll compare to what I see this morning. Do you see that?
what was the time of day?
December 19, 2022, 6:56 a.m.
Okay, yeah.
So Mr. Patterson would have texted you likely photographs of the problem?
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. Well, he would have he may not have texted me the pictures.
Okay.
He might have just said we got an issue.
All right. Well, he said here, I sent several pics to the floor
Okay,
guy.
yeah, so,
That would lead you to believe that he texted them to you, would it not?
to me or to someone in my company.
Okay. And so here we are, December 19, 2022. We're less than a month away. We're less than a month from Thanksgiving in November, and the floors are starting to show cracks and gaps, right?
Yes,
And why would that happen so quickly?
because now the heat's on. And all the bones of that house is damp, and now everything's starting to dry out. And hardwood has the lowest moisture content in any building material that you're using. So it's gonna start there first, and then it'll just keep going normally, and eventually, usually if that's gonna happen, it's before the trim, but that's usually why. It's not that shocking to me that it started that fast because of the timing of the seasons. I think once the heat came on, that's when it started. It started, to me, the day the heat came on.
So that
But
goes,
you didn't start seeing it till a month later.
right. So my question then goes back to what I asked earlier. Is there a problem then doing sanding and restaining, refinishing right before the heat kicks on for the winter?
Yeah, we don't have a choice.
I guess what I'm asking, maybe not a very articulate way, is you'd expressed earlier that Mr. Patterson was anxious to get moving on the house, right? When you did the initial work.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
All right. So do you feel like he was still of that mindset and had that sense of urgency in the November, December timeframe of 2022?
I think he was feeling the pressure from the Richmonds to finish this job all the way to the end.
Okay. And so did you go look at the house to see what the issues were with the gaps and cracks?
I probably didn't go initially,
All right.
but I had a clear understanding of what was going on.
Okay. And eventually, at some point, you saw it, right?
Yeah.
And what did you think about it when you saw it?
It's about what I kind of, well, what I knew was already happening. That was probably when I started meeting with the Richmonds. Without Randall, that's probably about the time, and I'm assuming they were both there at the initial meeting. That's probably when I came in to explain to them, what's going on and the fix and all that.
So your recommendation to the Richmonds was wait until the summertime and fill the gaps, sand, and refinish, right?
Yeah, that's what I think I would have said.
Were there any problems with the floors other than the gapping and cracking? Was there any cupping or crowning?
Yeah, well, that all happens, right? That all happens.
Right.
Yeah.
Where? Do you remember?
No, generally it's the new wood.
The new wood, mostly the install in the kitchen?
Yeah, generally it's the new wood that's going to do that because the old wood's already acclimated to the house.
Right. So what causes, was it cupping, crowning, or both?
Well, cupping starts first.
Okay. And what causes cupping?
Moisture.
Okay. There's too much moisture in the.
Yeah, the wood's just sucking moisture up.
Okay.
Yep.
And do you recall when the cupping occurred? Was it at the same time the gaps and cracks appeared?
No, usually it's before.
It's usually before.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was that the same solution for the cupping, to wait till the warmer season and then sand and refinish again?
Just because boards expand and contract, and we know they shrunk. So let's, and it happens with all wood. It expands and contracts with different humidity levels. AC running, it's going to swell up. Heat running, they're going to dry. So my theory was, let's just let it run through. And then once we get through the winter and you stop blowing air on it and you start blowing AC on it, it might expand.
Was the moisture problem with the wood caused by the high humidity in the house when it was initially installed and sanded?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
Okay. And the decision again to move it along, to do it quickly, that was from Mr. Patterson encouraging you to go ahead and do the work,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. In hindsight, would you have waited?
If I had known this was going to happen, well,
You knew it was a risk, right?
if life's a risk.
Did you ever tell Mr. Richmond that you were no longer going to do work with Mr. Patterson at BMC Construction?
It was at that time when this was all going on, it was a serious consideration.
Okay. And why is that?
Because of where it brought me and what position I got put in. And because I'm sitting here.
Mr. Kerouac, just, lawyers always say it, just a few questions.
Yep.
But I hope to mean it. Your last questions had to do with the desire by BMC, by Randall, to get the job done. And he told you that, and he was anxious for you to get your work done and the other subs get their work done, correct?
Correct.
Did he tell you that he was having the same, I'll say, interest by the homeowners, that they wanted to get the job done as quickly as possible?
Sure.
So it was not Randall's unique desire to get the job done. Everybody wanted to get it done.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, or you testified, that after your initial work, there was a second sanding,
Yes.
and that there was to be a third sanding as probably the only remedy that could resolve the situation, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the problems you had that required the second sanding and perhaps a third sanding were at least in part due to what I would call forces of nature, that is humidity, temperature?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And forces of nature, not anybody's fault, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and I'm really just about through. You said that when you did the second sanding, and I'm saying sanding to include the process,
Understood.
that Randall Patterson, BMC, paid for that.
Yes.
Now, did you bill BMC for that work?
Yes.
But it was your information that BMC paid you, but did not bill the Pattersons.
Yes.
Okay. Ballpark, what was the cost of that second
10,000.
sanding? Sir?
10,000.
10,000, okay. All right. Now you have said that, in your opinion, the only way to properly resolve the need for correcting the issues was to wait through a cycling of the seasons and to redo the sanding a third time.
Yes. And
You were willing to bear that expense.
yeah, I just said I would refinish the floors at no
Right.
cost.
And again, is that 10,000?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, in that ballpark.
In the
ballpark.
Okay. To your knowledge, did either you or Randall Patterson give the information that you were willing to bear the cost of the third sanding? Give that to the homeowners? Tell them that that was your.
Did I tell?
Did you tell the homeowners, or to your knowledge, did Mr. Patterson tell the homeowners that you, in order to get the matter resolved, you are willing to bear the cost of the third sanding?
My recollection is I told Mr. Richmond that I would do it at no cost.
I'm sorry, I said Patterson, I meant Richmond.
I told both of them
Yeah.
directly.
You told both of them. And one of the exhibits is your, I believe it's Exhibit 17.
Well, I know I told both because there was an email that was
Well, the email, which is Exhibit 17,
where I wrote that email saying I would.
is addressed to Randall Patterson. But you believe you also told the.
Yeah, I believe I told Mr. Richmond that I was going to take care of it at no cost.
All right. And is it your information that Mr. Richmond and Mrs. Richmond refused your proposal?
No, I don't know that they refused it. It never got to that. This was back when we were still hoping that BMC could figure this out.
Okay. Well, you wrote Randall Patterson your proposal, Exhibit 17. Did he refuse your proposal? That
No, I don't think anyone refused it.
okay. Well, but it didn't get done,
It didn't get done.
and
I was trying to assure Mr. Richmond that even though I wanted to see everything get resolved, get all the work fixed, but I realized what I'm suggesting is we wait a long time. And I wanted to just let everyone know that I'm not going anywhere. I'll be back. Whenever Mr. Richmond calls me, I will come fix this floor and there'll be no bill sent out. And I was trying to express that because I was in hopes that BMC was going to fix all the problems. And mine couldn't be fixed at that time.
all right. So you don't know whether what the reaction by either Mr. Patterson or the homeowner was to your proposal, except that it
No,
did.
I don't know. I don't know. I just knew that it wasn't going to happen, and then after conversations, I knew that I wasn't going to be doing it because I knew it came to this.
Did the homeowners? Did you understand that the homeowners were not willing to wait for the period of time that you said should take place in order for you to do the third sanding? That the time issue was one of the reason that your proposal was not
No,
accepted?
I don't remember Mr. Richmond or his wife having any issues with the timeline that I put together.
Okay,
I don't remember any conversation about that.
all right. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right. Then let's take 5. Members of the jury, let us know when you're ready to proceed. All right, Mr. Sherman, you have your next witness ready?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll resume when the jury is ready. We're off the record.
May I inquire about timing, Roland?
Sure, we can go back on the record here. What aspect of timing?
What, who's next and how long it's gonna take? I just,
Sure.
I'm on,
going to have my witnesses.
Mm.
I take it tomorrow, either morning or afternoon.
well, I'm gonna have Brian Richmond this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna have David Paul, Mark Cordell, and Lisa Wagner, who are my 3 experts. So
All right.
I'm not sure, it may finish late afternoon, something like that.
Right, with 3 experts to get through,
Yeah.
I would say the morning's unrealistic, but there could be a scenario where 3:30 or 4 o'clock, we have an extra hour to fill. So we might have to just reassess around the noon break and go from there.
And your
Okay.
two rebuttals are Richard Rice and Adam Shaw.
And Adam is short.
Okay.
Rice is long.
So perhaps we would just fit in Mr. Scholl tomorrow afternoon if that's what you have, and then leave your final rebuttal witness for Thursday morning and go from there.
Judge, I lost about 8 minutes during Mr. Pye's examination. It got ticked off my clock.
You have to be more specific for me.
Sure, in the video that we just watched, that was Mr. Pye asking cross-examination of the witness.
Okay, fair point. I'll adjust it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're off the record.
Let me go look. They know they might be part of discovery. We said.
We didn't listen to this exhibit.
I'm just gonna.
That's why we needed to have them in hand.
Bent over as part of this screen that he was going to clarify. If we had included on the recorder. Let's see.
I'm going through the pictures I've sent you a text message. You'll see if Michael Corrick's in there.
Yeah, I had. So it's on to. Let's see.
You know what this is? She said, nothing.
Yes, put it in quotes. If we have. Do we have? Is there something here? There's thinking about. Let's see. What? Where am I?
There was one over here.
Right.
Figure just take one off. For two.
See, this is.
These are pictures of this.
See if we did.
$387, $388. These are almost you look at it. Okay.
Sir.
Judge, may I have a moment to get my books up here?
Sure thing.
Witness.
Check on it.
I'm sorry, what's this?
This is the.
Okay, 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 thank you.
No, I should come in. Yeah, that's the senior. On the 27th. But, the first, that's when I come up. Because if you look. So we didn't have ordered samples taken. Other samples.
Yes.
About the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please proceed, everyone. We are back on the record and defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, the defendant's called Brian Richmond.
Well, for the testimony, and in this case, you said the does it help you?
I do.
Maybe, Steve. I'll speak the claims in all of the state and spell your name for the court.
Brian Richmond, BrianRichmond.
All right, Mr. Richmond, we know where you live, 1735 Marlboro Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's in the city of Sandy Springs?
It is.
Are you married to Tracy Richmond?
I am.
And Tracy's seated with us at council's table, is she not?
She is.
All right. And how long ago were you and Tracy married?
March 27th, 2020.
Okay. And was this your first marriage?
No, it's not.
Second for each of you?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any children from your earlier marriages?
I do. I have two and Tracy has one.
Okay. Would you tell jury just a little bit about your career up to this point, what kind of field that you have worked in?
Sure. I've been in the supply chain logistics business my entire career. Started in the mid 80s and originally started in the Bay Area of California and lived in San Diego for a period of time and moved to Atlanta in 2004 for work. And I've been here ever since. I currently have a consulting business, somewhat semi-retired.
And Mr. Richmond, tell me what attracted you and Tracy Richmond to the house on Marlboro.
Well, it was coming out of COVID, so the market was pretty fast and frenzied. Tracy and I had gotten married. She had sold a house that she had lived in. I had sold some real estate, and we had gotten married, and we were going to get our house together. We were currently living at the time in a rented condominium as we looked for a residence. We loved the area that particular part of Dunwoody. We had seen a lot of houses. Our real estate agent told us about that house. We drove up and we decided that's the one we wanted to try to buy.
How many beds and baths does it have?
Originally, before we started renovation, I believe it was 5 baths or 5 beds, 4.5 baths.
And what's it supposed to do once your renovation is
Same.
corrected? Okay.
Same.
And do you know when the house was built?
1973, I think our deed says 1973, but 73, I think the prior owners occupied it in 1974.
Okay. And who did you buy the house from?
The original owners, the builders of the house from the early 1970s.
All right. And had they, to your knowledge, had the first owner lived in that house till you purchased it?
That's correct.
You were the second owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was the original owner still alive?
I believe that the husband had passed away about a year before. I'm not sure exactly when. And the wife, unfortunately, was elderly and was suffering with dementia. And they were selling the house so that she could relocate back up with her family up in New Jersey.
And does the house have a garage?
It does.
How many cars?
Fits 2.
Okay. And is the basement finished?
Currently, no.
Okay. Was it finished when you bought the house?
Yes,
Okay. And that was part of the demolition Mr. Patterson talked about earlier today?
that's correct.
Okay. And how big a lot is it? Do you know?
So I think it's a little bit over an acre. All of the parcels on that particular block are all subdivided at about an acre.
Okay. I was going to ask, is the size of your house typical for the other homes in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were they built roughly around the same time?
I
to
think a
your
lot of
knowledge?
them were. There's a lot of different design. There's been a lot of people come in and tear down and bring in new build, but for the most part, the area is pretty preserved.
When you purchased the home, did you and Tracy have some idea of how long you might want to stay there?
Forever.
Yeah. And is that why you wanted to renovate?
It is. We had a lot of things that we wanted to do with that house to make it ours. We fell in love with the house. With a lot of things we wanted to do. I know one thing that was brought up was the elevator. We're gonna get older. This is gonna be our forever house. And we anticipated based on, as you get older, you have health issues. It's a 3-story house with the basement. We wanted to be able to utilize that. The prior owners didn't have that. And it's kind of sad, the last right before Mr. Reeds passed away, they had to live in the basement because he was not ambulatory enough to be able to go upstairs to his bedroom. And we thought about that, and
Did you want a house that you could share with your blended families?
we did. We absolutely did.
Did you want to host holidays and functions there?
Yep.
All right. And before I forget, what I want to do, Mr. Richmond, is take a minute and authenticate the photographs that we showed in the opening statement.
Sure.
So I'd like to point you to those photographs. And Judge, it would be my preference, rather than with each photograph, to ask at the end of the review, the questions to lay the foundation and admissibility of those photographs.
Do you have these all in a binder?
I do, they're right there.
Why don't we could just have them look through them
I
and then you
will.
can do the authentication. There you have it.
Okay.
All right.
And I've given copies of the photographs, hard copies, to the plaintiff. All right. Photo binders to your right
Yep.
on the ground.
Which ones?
Can you pull up the one that has 244 in it? 244.
244-1.
We're going to start at 152.
Okay.
And let's see if we can motor on this, okay? Could you start with 244, 152?
Got it. Yes.
And take a moment to look at that.
Yep.
Next one is 156.
Yes.
The next one is 160.
Yes.
164. 308.
I think that's the next one.
Is that in the next book?
Yep.
384.
Yeah.
385.
Yep.
386.
Yep.
387.
Yes.
388.
Yes.
390.
Yeah.
392.
Did you say 391?
392.
392. Yes.
And I skipped 3. Can you go back to the first book for me, please? I'm sorry. And it will be 223.
Okay.
224. And 229.
Okay.
More. 4.
Okay.
All right, Your Honor, I can read these again unless the court's got them all written down.
I've got a notation of them. There's 16 photographs, and let me just check in with plaintiff's counsel. Do you anticipate any objection to these 16 identified photographs?
I can lay the foundation.
Helps you do that.
All right. Mr. Richmond, are you familiar with the scenes depicted in each of these photographs you reviewed?
I am.
All right. And do these photographs fairly and accurately show what is being portrayed?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we move to admit these photographs.
No objection.
They're admitted.
All right, Mr. Richmond, I would like to look at some of the pre-renovation photographs of this house.
Okay.
So can you look in your book? And fortunately, these photographs are near each other.
Okay.
288.
Okay.
289,
Yep.
290,
Yes.
and 295.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the scenes that are depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I am.
And do those photographs correctly and accurately portray what is being depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit those 4 pictures.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Can we look at 288, please, Nicole? Mr. Richmond, can you describe for us what that is?
Yeah, that was the prior entryway coming in from the front door, going upstairs.
Okay, and those are the hardwood floors that we see under the rugs?
Yes,
All right, and to the left of the picture, what room is that?
that would have been their living room.
Okay, and how would you describe that paneling and ceiling in there?
It was beautiful. We wanted to maintain it. It was the judge's paneling. We'd made some changes to that room, but it was a nice room.
Okay, can we see the next photograph, 289? And what is being shown here?
That was their dining room.
Okay, and were you keeping the dining room there?
No, sir, we were not.
Okay, were you going to move it on the other side?
Yeah,
of the entry?
yes, we moved it to where the prior living room was.
Okay,
This is now what would be, I guess, our TV room, and we did some major changes to this room.
okay. Can we look at 290? And describe what's being shown here.
This was the kitchen with the parquet floor.
Okay. And if we're looking at this floor, was the flooring replaced in here?
Yes, we had the flooring replaced in there, yes.
All right, hardwood floors were installed,
Yes, sir.
and was that island moved?
Was eliminated.
Okay. And we're talking some more later about the hardwood flooring in this case. More hardwood flooring, and we're going to talk about some of the cupping that occurred.
Mhm.
In what portion of this room did the cupping occur?
It would be, looking at this picture, that the door that's on the left side of the picture, which was the prior garage entry, it would have been there and about that area, maybe just a slightly right near where that light switch would be. So in between that cabinet against the back wall and the doorway to the garage there.
Are you experiencing any moisture intrusion in that area of the home?
Yes.
Will you describe that for me?
Above where that cabinet is, that is no longer there, there is some sort of moisture, water, I'm not sure what it is, coming from the ceiling, and also directly behind that, which would be the garage. The garage is on the adjacent side of that wall. There's actually a pretty large mold buildup on the wall where brand new drywall was placed in the garage at some point in 2022.
And Mr. Richmond, did Mr. Patterson work in that area of the home?
He did.
And would you describe the work he did in that area?
Well, all of the hardwood floors were taken up. Where that garage door is, the door going out, that white door, that actually is an entrance, kind of a hallway to a mudroom. If you walk around that, there would be another door going to the garage. So immediately to that right of that door, there is a wall now that separates the kitchen area from the mudroom, which enters into the garage.
Did you bring this moisture intrusion problem to Mr. Patterson's attention?
I did.
And how did he respond?
Well, at first, he denied having anything to do with it, said he didn't work in that area. I happened to have a picture of that area exposed when the work was being done at the house. I showed it to him. He said, okay, let me take a look. He went out to his car, got a ladder, came back in, went up on top of the roof, came back down, and he left. I talked to him the next time about it. He said he'd have somebody look at it. Nothing was ever done.
Let's take a look at the next picture, Nicole, please, 295. And what is that room?
That room looks to be the prior primary bedroom.
All right, and is this where your primary bedroom is?
It is?
And to the right of the photo, is that the primary bathroom?
Yes, it is.
That's where it was.
That's where it was, yes.
All right, is that where the laundry room is now?
Yes, that wall was sealed up, yes.
Okay. And are there hardwood floors? Were there hardwood floors in that upstairs area?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of condition were the hardwoods in when you moved in?
Well, when we walked the house initially, and we also walked with Cincy, I can't say that Randall was there when this happened. Her comment to us was they were beautiful. We had that they be able to be maintained, and that we need to make sure that we would protect them in any construction work that was going on.
Okay. Can we please take a look? No, I just want you to look at these photographs right now, 305 and 306.
Okay. 305 and 306, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the scenes that are being depicted in those two photographs?
I am.
And do those two photographs fairly and accurately show what is being portrayed?
They do.
Your Honor, move to admit 305 and 306.
Admitted.
We show 305 first, Nicole, please. All right, what am I looking at there?
That is in our living room, their prior dining room. There is just some form of a glare, or not glare, there's some form of a stain. I don't know exactly what that is. I know during construction, there was a pretty substantial leak in that particular room when the walls were all exposed and drywall was not there. But yes, that's in our current family room, TV room.
All right, can we see 306, please? And what is being shown there?
That's where a light wasn't appropriately affixed to the ceiling. I believe that is in the office. It's one of the bedrooms. We're using it as an office now.
Okay. Can you look at 307, please?
Yeah,
All right, and is Exhibit 307 a photograph of your home?
it is. It's what would be our new dining room.
Okay, and does that photograph are you familiar with the scene portrayed in there?
I am.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what is being portrayed?
It does.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 307.
Admitted.
All right, can we show that, please, Nicole? All right, is this the room that formerly had well, tell me what this room was before.
This room was the room with the judge's paneling. It was immediately left coming in through the entryway, front door. We turned this in. This was going to be our dining room, moving it from the other side of the house.
Okay, and what happened to the paneling?
Well, it was removed. It was attempted to be put back. It was attempted to be primed and sanded, and quite honestly, it's ruined at this point. The only opportunity we have with this would be to remove it. This is the state it was left in by the prior painter with fill and different types. I don't even know what the brown stuff is across the top. I don't know if that's primer, whether that was cut marks. Just beyond it is the door to the elevator.
What did you want to have done to that
We
paneling?
wanted it taken down, removed. We were told it could be done. Again, there was a lot of judge's paneling on the ceiling. We were told it could be taken down and the molding would be able to be matched and it would look good. Well, it's not. I mean, when it was put back in, there's no hope of saving this to the prior condition that it was in.
And I'm looking at this room. Is this the way it looks now?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is everything that's stored in there?
Well, we've never really been able to fully move into our house. I know it looks like we're hoarders, but that's not the case. The other room on the other side is very similar. Our basement is full of furniture. We have not been able to move all of our furniture in. Biggest reason for that is at some point, we'll have to move out again after we moved in because the floors are going to have to be resurfaced again. And when you do that, you have to take everything. You basically have to move out of your home.
Let's take a look at the floors. Would you take a look at photographs 330 and 332?
Yep.
All right, do these two photographs, you're familiar with the scenes depicted in these two photographs?
I am. That's probably my picture.
All right, and they fairly and accurately portray what is being shown in those photographs?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 330 and 332.
Admitted.
All right, may we show 330, please? Tell me what we're looking at here.
That would have been in the dining or in the family room, new family room. This was after, I believe, the first pulling of paper and protection over the hardwood floors. There were, this is a particular picture of where the flooring was severely discolored. We didn't really know what it was. Michael Kerouac's company on the second time came back and repaired that.
Okay. And can you show 332, please? What does this show?
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong picture. This is, again, with the expansion and contraction of the hardwoods due to the humidity in the house without air conditioning, the floors have separated. That gapping there is where poly, as well as even some of the fill that was used, is starting to be exposed.
All right. And are these the gaps that appeared after you moved into the house?
Yes.
Okay. And did those gaps appear as soon as you moved in?
If we didn't, I don't remember exactly when we started making contact with Randall about this, but it was, if it wasn't right after we moved in, it was just before, because the house really didn't have a lot of time from the time it was finished. Okay, you can bring your stuff in. We didn't have a lot of time, so.
And when did you move in?
I want to say it was December. I can't remember. Tracy's father had passed away. I can't remember the exact date. Last week of December. I don't remember exactly when. I remember Christmas Eve, my son helping me move some things in. So somewhere in that last week.
Of 2022?
2022, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And had you had conversations with Mr. Patterson when the job started as to when you might be able to move in?
Oh, yes.
And tell me about those discussions.
Well, when we, I've never done a large remodel. I looked at it as, oh, we can do this in a few months. I was sadly mistaken. I asked him, are we looking at like July, August? And he said, oh, no. And I said, well, what will I be in by the end of October? I said, I currently have a lease. I'll need to plan with my landlord if I'm going to have to stay there further. He said, no problem. You'll be in by October. And I said, are you sure? And he said, yes. I went to my landlord at that time and extended my lease to November, thinking the house will be done. We can get in. We'll have a month to get in. That didn't happen. I had to extend it again.
Okay. And when did you learn you weren't going to be able to move in October?
Well, I'd have to look back. I probably some point in September, because I had already extended the lease with my landlord. So probably at some point in September.
Did you talk to Mr. Patterson about moving sometime before Thanksgiving?
I did.
And what was his
Said
response?
he thought it would be okay. Thought we were going to be okay with that.
Okay. And what happened to that deadline?
We had flooring issues.
Okay.
Flooring had to be redone Thanksgiving weekend.
Okay. And so we talked a minute, or we didn't talk. In Mr. Patterson's deposition, he spoke about change orders.
Yep.
And were there change orders that occurred during the time that this project was ongoing?
Changes that we requested? Sure.
All right. And when you requested these changes, did you have a conversation with Mr. Patterson about whether it would extend or delay the project?
Yeah, we would. I mean, I was concerned about that, especially as we got into closer towards the end dates and I wasn't really seeing the progress. Any things that got added, I wanted to make sure we weren't going to extend it.
All right. And how did Mr. Patterson respond?
Well, I mean, I can give you an example. We decided in the primary bedroom to raise the ceiling in that room. It was an 8-foot or 9-foot ceiling. We wanted to expand it and also carry it through the upgrades that we did in the bathroom. At the time, we walked through, I believe Tracy was with me and perhaps Cincy. I asked the question, if we do this, is this going to delay the project? Mr. Patterson's response to me was, well, you know what? My guys aren't real busy. His guys, meaning his demo guys, his carpenters, weren't real busy, shouldn't delay the project, maybe a few days. And I thought that. I said, well, you know what? A few days, that's really not, if it takes a week, okay, we're still seeming to be on schedule. I'm being told we're on schedule. And That would be an example of when I asked the question. Were there other things that came up that may have extended things that I didn't ask the question? Potentially, but when I would ask, I would assume as a contract, well, that's going to put us behind. I would assume that, but that was wrong for me to do that.
Okay. So, Mr. Patterson, did Mr. Patterson ever tell you that any of the change orders that you and Tracy requested would cause a delay in the
No, sir.
completion?
No, sir.
Let's take a look at some trim pictures. Can you look at 358? $361,
Yeah.
$365, $366, $367, $368, and $372.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the scenes that are depicted in all those photographs?
I am.
And do those photographs correctly and accurately depict what is portrayed?
They do.
Your Honor, I move to admit these photographs.
Admitted.
Let's show 358. Tell us about the trim work in the house, Mr. Richmond.
Yeah, it's got some issues throughout the house. There are, I honestly, I don't even know how to explain it. Not at all what we were expecting. It was done multiple times, by the same subcontractor. After one of the particular issues, I told Randall, I said, I don't know why we would continue to have this particular individual come back. We're having the same errors over and over and over again. This doesn't make sense. This is going to cause problem. And I cannot recall who that particular individual was, with that subcontractor. I think it was Jose. I can't remember, but it was just, this is pervasive in the house. There's a few examples that are probably in pictures. It's just about every room.
Is that a bathroom? Do you know what room that is?
I believe that is the primary bathroom. It
Okay.
looks like it.
Can we look at the next picture, Nicole, 361? All right, and where is that? Do you know?
That's the primary bathroom right above my sink.
Okay, and who put the green tape there?
We did. We were told to, when we were thinking there was going to be a punch list prior to move in, we were told to go through the house and tape off areas so that it's easily seen, so it could be corrected. It wasn't necessarily called a punch list, but items that we had concern with. That particular tape and that particular spot looks identical today.
Okay, can we look at the next one, 365? Where's that?
That's a entry into the guest bedroom and guest bathroom on the main floor.
All right, 366? And where's that?
Same room or same, similar area, but going into the guest bathroom.
And 367? What's shown at the bottom of that photograph?
Looks like missing, I don't even know what you call that, the floorboard. I'm not sure what that's called.
Let's look at 368.
That is a joint in a breakfast nook area that we had designed for that for the kitchen area.
All right, and 372? Where's that?
It's going into one of the bathrooms. It looks like, yeah, based on the tile on the kind of left side middle, that is going into the guest bathroom.
Let me ask you this. In 2023, was there an attempt made to fix the trim?
Yes,
Was that the 3-day period in November of 2023?
yes.
The 7th through the 9th?
Yep.
Tell me what happened there.
Mr. Patterson, Randall had called me several weeks. He had been struggling to find somebody to do trim work. Said he had been recommended somebody that he knew who did big homes, and that particular owner, that individual, via text message, he sent that text that owner would come to the house, take a look at it. That didn't happen, but he said, hey, I've got the workers that are come. Let's try them out. So they showed up. They were very, very nice people. Actually got to know them from a standpoint of, some challenges they had raising grandkids. And so very nice people. They showed up. We did a walkthrough with Randall on some specific areas. And then they, went to work on the doors in the guest bathroom and the guest bedroom, kind of in the hallway area.
All right. And what were they able to accomplish in those 3 days?
Well, they were provided the trim by Mr. Patterson. He delivered the trim, had it on our front porch. They did their best to try to get it. This is the result. This is actually part of post their work here. Really not much difference than what was there before. Really bad joints. Some of the stuff not even actually connected to the wall. Some of this is a 2 or 3 part piece of trim, and some of it's actually not even connected. In fact, Tracy actually, when we were looking at everything, walked up, grabbed it, didn't pull on it hard, pulled on it, and it fell off. It's not the same trim that is throughout the house. It's different trim. The trim that they put up that was provided to them does not match what's in the remainder of the house.
Did Mrs. Richmond rip the trim off the wall?
No, she didn't.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Did you tell Mr. Patterson that the people that came to do the trim work smelled?
No, that is not accurate. What I told him is they smoked very heavily, and I don't have a problem with that. I do in my house. So I asked them when they smoked that they would smoke outside. And again, they were very nice people, and they did, but they smoked a lot. And it was the lingering effects is when they'd be working there all day. It was hot. It was November, and it was hotter inside than outside. And there was a pretty pervasive smell that lingered. The comment about having to light candles, yeah, we did that to try to help kill some of the smell that was in the house. That was
Smoke smell?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
It wasn't body odor or anything like. They were very, very. Like I said, they were very, very nice people.
Mr. Richmond, I'm asking you about the trim work that was attempted in November of 2023. And I think there were some other repairs attempted in 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And I think some window work was done.
Correct.
And that was in August of that year.
I believe so. August. I think that it wasn't necessarily just in August. There were a couple of times that the window company, Premier Window, had to actually order some parts that were missing based on what took place during the install to fix some things. But I think it took place over a couple of times. It might have been August into September, might have been July and August.
Was there some electrical work done in the beginning of 2023?
Yes.
And what about work on a kitchen countertop?
Yes.
And what about work on a master bath joint?
Yes.
And that was in the beginning of 2023 as well?
Yeah, first quarter, maybe.
And let me ask you while we're on it. In 2022, at the end of the year, after you moved in, what was your reaction to the condition of the house when you moved in?
Look, I'll put it this way. I didn't expect perfection. It's a large job. I didn't expect the level of issues and, quite honestly, Mr. Patterson's lack of response to taking care of them. There would be times where there'd be spurts of people come and work, but there was never a plan provided as to, hey, this is how I'm going to combat these issues. A lot of times it seemed like it was in one ear and out the other, and nothing was going to get done. And it was over a period of a year. But when we first moved in, we had very high hopes that we were going to get this thing the way we wanted to. Or we had plans that, look, we didn't make this particular Christmas, but hopefully we can get this done so that my stepson, Tracy's son, who was going to be graduating from school, we'd be able to do a graduation party for him. None of that happened. I mean, it's just the house has just been I don't know what else to say.
Did you have discussions at the end of 2022, or the beginning of 2023 with Mr. Patterson? When I say discussions, communications with Mr.
Yes.
Patterson about giving him the opportunity to fix the issues in the house?
Yes.
All right. And how did you present that to Mr. Patterson? What was your suggestion?
Look, at first, The first, Tracy's father had passed away late in December of 2022. And we needed some time just to get into the house and get acclimated, kind of deal with some of that family challenge that had taken place. So I told him January is pretty much going to be a write-off, but that we would get back to it in February and start moving forward. I did tell him, look, I need to see progress before I start writing checks for amounts you say I owe. There's a lot of work that I've already paid for that's going to have to be redone. But I said, I'm willing to work with you. I did set parameters early on around timing of when work could happen. We were living in the house. I expanded those times in probably maybe May, June, July, somewhere in that time range. I expanded that window to give him more time during the week. What I didn't want to have is what happened the end of 2022, which was a mad crash of subcontractors all at the house at the same time, working over each other, trying to finish the job. Because that's what happened in 2022. I mean, there would be 5 or 6 contractors working over top of each other, trying to get it done. I'll never forget it, standing there looking at Randall, and I go, Randall, I don't know how this is going to get done.
Mr. Richmond, were you concerned from a safety perspective about having multiple contractors in your house?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you had a discussion with Mr. Patterson about whether it was okay to move in the house.
I did.
And what did he tell you?
Said that most of his people, again, it was via text, but also via phone call. I had called him and talked to him about it.
Okay.
But I was starting to lose my level of trust with Mr. Patterson. Things weren't getting done that he said would. So I texted him because I wanted a documented trail of this. Because I didn't want to we move in and Sandy Springs shows up and tells us we can't be living there. So I texted him and he responded, said 95% of my clients live in the house while the works and it shouldn't be a problem. So we took him on that. He's the expert. He was the general contractor.
You've not paid Mr. Patterson the amounts that he's demanding in this lawsuit.
That's correct.
Why haven't you paid Mr. Patterson?
There is so much work. When this first started, I anticipated there would probably be an amount that we would settle on. Not realizing the extent. And I did tell Mr. Patterson that, the issues that I see from a cosmetic standpoint, this was a meeting in July of 2023, and I will not forget it. I told him, this is what I see. This is the cosmetic items that are in this house. What don't I know? I'm not a contractor. I mean, if it was a supply chain issue, I could probably handle it. I said, but from a standpoint of what's going on with this house, there was a lot of things that got done. I trusted Mr. Patterson that he was going to do right by us. I felt like I had a great relationship with him, with his subcontractors. I knew most of them to talk to them. And it got to this point where I was losing trust. While I realized he felt that I owed him this money, I also knew there was a lot of things that I had paid for that is going to have to be corrected. When I brought in somebody to take a look at the house, we started with the flooring. David Paul was in probably late 2023. I contacted David Paul and I started talking to other contractors. Had a flooring guy come out and tell me, what's this look like to get the floors done? Nobody would come in and just resurface those floors again. David Paul confirmed that. He came and looked at it. He suggested that I get somebody to come in and do a full inspection of the house. We were getting close to Christmas at that time. I waited until early 2024. There really wasn't, I had already, at that point, had already told Mr. Patterson I didn't want him back at the house.
Can I ask you, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
Yeah,
keep things
sure.
moving.
Go
I'm
ahead.
on a
Go
shot
ahead.
clock.
Go ahead.
Can I ask you this question? Were you concerned that if you paid Mr. Patterson, the corrections might not get made?
Absolutely. I thought I'd never see him again.
Okay.
He had told me he was going to be retiring. And in telling me that he was going to be retiring, at that point, I just felt like, you know what, I have no hope here. If he leaves, he's gone.
Let me ask you this question. You mentioned Tracy's mother died, Tracy's father passed away.
Correct.
Was that at the end of 2022?
He was diagnosed with cancer in middle of November, and passed away 6 weeks later.
It's been suggested that event caused a delay in getting work done to the house. Is that true?
Absolutely not. No way.
And your son Carter, he also had health issues in 2022, did he
He
not?
did, yes.
What happened to
Substantial.
Carter?
He had an infection in the lining of his brain. Had to go through 4 brain surgeries. Basically every month for 4 months, he was in the hospital having some form of surgery. Had a craniotomy. Yeah, craniectomy. He had a nasal surgery, and then they actually put an implant into his skull. That was during 2022, from May until September.
Okay. And during the time that Carter was being treated, I presume that Tracy, his mom, was tending to Carter.
She was.
But the suggestion has again been made that because you and Mrs. Richmond weren't available, that caused a delay in the progression of the work. What is your response to that?
Absolutely no way.
All right. Did you maintain contact with Mr.
I
Patterson
did.
then?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to respond to any request he
I
needed?
was.
All right. And did that continue throughout the time that Carter was being treated?
Yes, it
Is
did.
Carter okay?
He's great.
Okay.
Finished
Good.
college. He's good.
Good.
Off the payroll.
Okay. I know what that's like. All right. Let's take, I had a good question for you while we were on this topic. Let me see if it will come back to me in just a second. We'll come back to it. Can we take a picture, a look at some of the doors in the house?
Yep.
And the pictures are 228.
I'm sorry, 228.
228. And then I'm sorry, I may put you in the next book again.
Okay.
311. 313.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I skipped. You said 311.
311, 313.
That's it. Okay, 311, 313, yes.
317,
Yes.
320, 326, and 327.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the images and scenes that are being depicted in those photographs?
I am.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what is being represented?
They do.
Your Honor, I move to admit these photographs.
Admitted.
Can we look at 228, please? And what is this a picture of?
That looks like a closet right before the garage entry in the mudroom.
All right. And I noticed this door goes all the way down to the floor.
Yes.
Is that uniform throughout the house?
No.
All right. Tell me about the lengths of the doors.
They're varying lengths. The door immediately to the left of this, which isn't in the picture, is probably 1.5 inches off the ground. That particular door, we couldn't even there's no doormat there as you come in from the garage because you can't open that door if there's a mat there.
Let's look at 311. I guess is that trim around a door?
It is. It's
All right. Let's look at 313. And tell me what that is.
another door in the house that we were not able to put a latch on this because it does not match up with the door jamb. It would have to be remortised, and we don't have a doorknob on that one because it doesn't match up to the door jamb.
Let's look at 317. Is that one of the doors that was attempted to be fixed?
I believe it was. Yeah, that looks like the bathroom tile in the back.
Okay, let's look at 320. What door is that?
It looks like it's a closet. Um,
And what's wrong in your mind? with
about a
that?
1/2 inch gap. That's the
Top.
lights, it's a lighted closet in the back. The lights are on now and obviously you can see through it. It's not a tight fit. It's very tight on the edges, but not towards the middle.
Okay, 326.
That's a zoomed
that
out
door
picture that
again?
we've already looked at. Yeah, but that's
Let's
that.
look at 327. Okay, I'm looking at the doors on the right.
Yeah.
And which one of these things is not like the other?
Yeah, every one of those doors in that same mudroom entryway hallway are different heights. The door right in the center there that has the whole mortised but no doorknob, that's the door that fits completely flush to the tile.
Let's look at one more picture while we're talking about framing and casing. Can you look at 353 for me?
Okay.
And are you familiar with what's being portrayed in that photograph?
I am.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately show what's being depicted?
It does.
All right. Move to admit 353.
Objection.
Can we show that? What are we looking at?
So that is a closet in the primary bedroom. It was expanded out over the garage. From the existing closet ended at that wall. We realized we had the opportunity to push it out a little bit through the garage just based on the way the attic lines were. So that was, a punch out was done into that wall, pushed out. And as you can see, the entryway going into that second set of closet where the jackets and that collar or that clothing rack is sitting, it's not even. The left side does not match the right side. It was not, once it was done and framed up, it was too late at that point. I've called it out since the beginning that it wasn't framed out correctly.
And what was Mr. Patterson's response?
I'll take a look at it, but nothing ever got done.
Can you take a look at pictures 184 and 185?
One 184 and 85.
Right.
Okay.
Are
Got it.
you familiar with what's being portrayed in 184 and 185?
Yes,
And do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what's being shown?
they do.
Okay, let's look at 184.
Okay.
Can you tell us what that is?
That's the same view to that same master or primary closet that we were just looking at where the walls were, where the entryway is off. That's that same room prior to it being completed. They
And
had
what do
the-
those arrows represent?
That's where some things needed to be moved back, I guess moved back, and then the floor stabilized. I'm not exactly sure. But that's the area that looks down over that same mudroom area that, that was created, in the building plant.
And was that, were any trusses cut in that area?
Looks like it.
Okay. And let's look at 185. And what are we looking at here?
It's like basically the same picture. I honestly, it's the same area. It's the area over, very close to where there is a leak down into the, kitchen area, the ceiling leak that I talked about earlier. This is almost directly above that area.
Okay, and is that an area that BMC Construction did work?
Yes.
Let me ask you about the pocket doors in the house.
Mhm.
So a pocket door is a recess door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, you pull it out from the wall.
Mhm.
And did you add pocket doors to the home?
We did.
And how many did you think you
I
put
don't know,
in there?
12, 13, I think it's 12.
Are they
I think is the
operable?
number. Operable, we can make them work, let's put it that way. We have one door that Tracy isn't even able to open. I have to do it. It creates a little bit of a safety issue going into our basement. There are some that aren't square in the pocket. There are some that when you close them, we had our son get stuck in a bathroom at one point because it got stuck. It's not square as it runs along the floor and actually gets caught in the end. Do they all operate? No, they don't all operate effectively.
And did you point those out to Mr. Patterson?
I did.
And what was his reaction?
Again, in November, when the individuals came to do some of that work, they took a look at it, and some of their responses, the only way we could fix that is we have to tear the wall down, or we have to tear the drywall down and get at it and I guess rehang the door.
Mr. Richmond, why haven't you and Mrs. Richmond repaired these issues with the home?
Because of the situation that we're in right now. I've already paid to have this work done, a substantial amount of work done at this house that's going to have to be redone to get it back to a standard that's acceptable. And that coupled with the fact that we've been brought into this legal proceeding with Mr. Patterson, I didn't feel it made sense to correct it and then not be able to prove some of the issues that are out there.
There's been a suggestion that you're using the house, and I
Correct.
suppose you're living in the house. Are you using the whole house?
Not the whole house, but we are living in several of the rooms.
All right, what rooms do you live in?
Pretty much the kitchen, maybe into the family room, and primarily our primary bedroom.
Okay, are you enjoying the house?
It's a house. It's not what we originally intended this house to be, which again was our home. It's going to be the place that, we found each other, where we were going to grow old together.
Mr. Richmond, let me ask you about the windows in the home. What issues generally have you had with the windows?
Some of them operate, and when I say operate, they'll open and close. Some of them, we've had challenges with air leaks. We've had water leaks. We've had some mold buildup on some of the windows. That's primarily we had a window company come out and take a look at it. And they said it's primarily based on air leakage and water leakage. Again, do most of the windows open? Yeah, most of them do. It's the installation that's the problem. Some of them there's tremendous amounts of gaps where they weren't, the windows are actually askew. They're not square. That creates some of the problems. We have one window that was attested to that we can't even open in the room that our son uses when he comes and stays with us. We can't even open that window.
So did you look at the windows with the expert that we've retained, Mark Cordell, when he came to the house?
I showed him around.
Okay.
I walked him through the house and showed him everything in the house. And when I say that, I showed him the work that was done by Mr. Patterson. Because there's some work in the house that was pre-existing. I'm not going to hold Mr. Patterson accountable for that. I'm only going to hold him for the work that he did. And I showed the work that he did, and I let him go free and clear throughout the house and make his own recommendations.
Did you try to open the windows in the bedrooms when Mr. Cordell was present?
Yes, I did.
And how did that go?
We couldn't.
Okay. And since that time, was any effort made to get those open?
Yes, I have. There was one I actually worked on, the one that was unable to lock that we had mold building up on. I actually cleaned it and went and purchased a lock for it, and I actually fixed that. So by the time the expert for Mr. Patterson came, that had been fixed.
Mr. Cordell?
No, Mr. Patterson's expert.
Oh,
when
Mr.
he came to the
Patterson's
house.
expert, Mr.
When
Rice.
Mr. Cordell was there, those windows weren't working.
Okay. Let me ask you, I'm jumping around because I'm trying to keep things moving. When you had change orders that you discussed with Mr. Patterson, there's no documentation, a change order documentation, is there?
No, I mean, we'd have a conversation, whether it was, new siding on the house because it's not going to look good because the window changes. And I said, go ahead and do it. We'd have, a lot of them were just individual meeting conversations, usually verbal. There might be some where it was back and forth, hey, I need to do this. And I'm like, okay, I think there was insulation questions along those lines. But no, there was no formal process.
Okay. And when you made those change order requests, was there a discussion on how much the additional cost would be?
Yeah, usually.
Okay. And was the estimate ever updated to reflect those costs?
No,
Okay. Were you given any paperwork to amend the update?
No.
Amend the estimate?
no.
Okay. And can we please look at its defendant's exhibit? I may need to bring you the book. Pardon me, I'm the defendant. It's the plaintiff's exhibit. Pardon?
I have the things.
Okay, it's 20. Put that up, Cole. I'm handing you plaintiff's exhibits. I'm asking you to take a look at number 29, which has already been admitted.
Yes,
This is a claim of lien that was recorded against your home.
yes, looks that way.
And the first item in the exhibit is a letter dated May 19, 2023, addressed to you
Correct.
by Federal Express Delivery.
I don't see where it says Federal Express.
Above your name.
Oh, I've got it. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's take a look. We can keep going.
It's like a cut off copy of an invoice.
All right, let's keep going. Let's go to the picture, Nicole. All right, and so I'm showing you that I think it's the last page of the exhibit, which is a photograph of the FedEx.
Yes,
Is that your door?
looks like my door.
Does it look like, if you look to the left where the trim is supposed to be, does that make it look like your door?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
that broken piece of trim, yes,
All
yes,
right, that's your front door.
yes.
Okay, did you get that FedEx?
I did not.
All right, and let me ask you this, do you use that door?
3 or 4 times a day to take my dog out the front door.
Okay, and this says it was delivered on May 22nd, 2023. Were you in town then?
I was.
All right, but you don't recall seeing that?
I've never, other than this picture that was sent to me when the lawsuit was filed, I never saw that.
Do you get packages at this front door?
Between Amazon and FedEx and UPS, yeah, pretty regularly.
Okay, and tell me this, does your driveway go past this front door?
It does.
And can you see the front door when you're pulling your car into the house? And did you see that FedEx envelope at any time?
I never saw this.
All right. And when this claim of lien was filed, were you having conversations with Mr. Patterson?
We were. I mean, I went with Mr. Patterson a couple weeks after this at my house.
And did Mr. Patterson ever tell you in any of your discussions with him that he had filed this claim of lien?
On the half dozen times or better that I saw Mr. Patterson throughout 2023 post this date, it was never mentioned to me that he had filed a lien on my house.
Does it surprise you in your dealings with Mr. Patterson, he did not tell you about the claim of lien?
It doesn't now, but uh, I would have never expected this from.
When you found out Mr. Patterson had filed this lien without telling you, how did that make you feel?
I was upset.
Do you understand this claim of lien is filed in the real estate records of Fulton County?
I found that out when the lawsuit would, I accepted service on the lawsuit.
All right, and you understand this claim of lien is a lien against your personal home that you own with Tracy?
I do.
All right.
May I say something?
Please.
If I had known a lien had been filed on my house, I do have a little bit of understanding of the law. I would have immediately taken action on this because this would have eliminated the last 2 years of problems that we've had with this house and Mr. Patterson. Because this would have immediately started on a process for us to move forward. There is absolutely no reason that I would not have handled that the day I found it. I never saw it. I would have dealt with it. There's no reason not to.
Mr. Richmond, you heard me ask Mr. Patterson questions about the lack of testing for asbestos and lead-based paint.
Correct.
And I think he was asked whether you ever complained about that.
Correct.
Did you know that that was a requirement?
No, I had no idea. I mean, I've heard of lead-based paint, but I didn't know no, I didn't know that.
How does it make you feel right now to know that all that work was done in your house without any testing for asbestos or lead-based paint?
Concerning, fortunately, we removed most of the drywall in the house. There is still some in certain areas, but most of the drywall, most of the paint, and most of the insulation has been removed. So fortunately, that happened.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Richmond. Your Honor, may I approach real quickly with Mr. Pye?
All right, anything further this time, Mr. Chairman?
Your Honor, I need to move to admit the exhibits. All the photographs begin with the prefix 244, and this one is 244.184 and 185.
Any,
Move to admit those two pictures.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Richmond.
All right, any cross-examination? We can begin that. And then let me know in about 30 minutes or so when you think you found a stopping point for today.
Got some of these.
Okay.
Put them there.
Okay.
Mr. Richmond, look at plaintiff's exhibit 2.
Okay.
That's the estimate from BMC to you and Ms. Richmond, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that was the basis of the agreement between you and BMC for the renovation of the house, correct?
yeah, an estimate of what the costs were going to be, yes.
Right. Look at plaintiff's exhibit 3. Before this, well, I'll say before this case, you'd never seen that document, had you?
Before trial?
Yes.
No, I had not.
Okay. But that has been testified by Mr. Patterson as being a list of additions, change orders. Do you see any on that list that don't belong there? That they're changes that weren't made or additions or deletions?
I'll need to take a second to review this.
Sure.
Second line, I'm not really comfortable with that. Majority of interior trim was changed. That was from the onset.
Well,
I
let
don't,
me ask you, what was the changing of interior trim during the process?
we were going to do that anyways. That was part of the original. There were some rooms that were going to be maintained, primarily 2 rooms that had very nice trim. We
Okay.
wanted that maintained, but majority of it was going to need to be traded. It was going to be changed.
All right. So that's part of the original estimate.
Yeah, I mean,
Trim.
if these are change orders that are supposedly driving extra cost, again, I'm going to need some time to go through this.
Well, first of all, I'm not, a change order, I take it to be
Okay, I
some
gotcha.
written document signed by the parties.
Okay,
I'm just asking you if those were changes in the listing of the scope of work to be done in the estimate.
understood. I mean, if we want to go line by line on this, we could, if you'd like to.
Let
or-
me, do you agree with most of those, that they were changes in the scope of work, one way or the other?
Some of them. I don't agree with all of them.
All right, well, that's sufficient. That's
Okay.
sufficient. Now, you can certainly look at them if you like. Plaintiffs' exhibits 4 through 14 were invoices that were submitted to you by BMC.
Um,
And I'm deleting the A.
okay,
Just-
yes, then yes, I would agree with that,
Okay,
yes.
you got the 1-page invoice.
Yes.
And the first 4 or 5 you paid, and then we started to have trouble, okay?
Yep.
And did you, not contemporaneously with the invoice, but later on, did you get the receipt analysis that's in the A group of invoices?
Yes, I don't know if I got all of them, but I do remember 1 or 2 of them. I can't say I got all of them, but
Okay,
I won't argue the point that I didn't get all of them.
all right, thank you. Now, let's see, your house, 40-plus years old,
Oh, more than that. I mean,
but 73,
it's 50 plus.
okay, 50-plus. And had there been some remodeling by the previous owners?
I believe there was. Randall, when during some of the demolition, exposed some items that we addressed. It was never told to us necessarily by the prior owner. We pretty much bought the house in a same condition with some changes that were allowed by the prior owners. I wasn't necessarily aware, but it was pretty obvious that something had been done to the house at some point.
Okay. And you paid $80,000 for the house?
I wish, 805.
Oh, I left a zero out. I beg your pardon. Wow, 800.
Yes.
Okay. And then you wanted to make a $500,000 plus remodel?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, we had a good deal to say about the estimate not being a formal AIA contract or
Correct.
anything like it.
Okay.
But it was the basis of the agreement between you and BMC for the remodeling of the house, right?
Yeah, I would say that. Yes.
Yeah, and you understood that there would be changes.
Yep.
And you understood that you would be paying for the work that the materials purchased by BMC and the work done by BMC.
Correct.
Okay. You were expecting the work to be done to match or exceed the condition of this 50-year-old house,
The aesthetic of the home. Yes.
the aesthetic of the
Correct.
of the
Yes.
home. Some of the home continued to exist. Some of the flooring continued to exist.
Yes.
And some was replaced.
Correct.
Okay. Some walls continued to exist and some were replaced.
Correct.
Now, now is your goal to have this house completed consistent with the estimate in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 with the changes that were made along the line?
Well, yes, I've got a feeling though, it probably costs a little bit more now to do it 3 years later with current economic conditions, but that we want our house done.
And are you holding BMC responsible for the cost of completing the house consistent with the estimate as revised?
I'm holding BMC, personally, I feel BMC, I've paid BMC $457,000 thus far for a house that's not complete. And a lot of that work, we have to go back and fix, remove it, replace it, redo it. That would be me paying double if I went ahead and just fixed it all. I'm sorry, I'm not that wealthy. It's not something I can do.
Well, is any of the work that you paid $457,000 for satisfactory?
Yeah, I would say probably our island, our cabinets, we have some issues with those cabinets. But yeah, I would say there are some things in it. But when you wash over the entire cost of what it's going to take to fix the items that are substandard, I've already paid for a lot of this stuff. And
So you basically want to redo everything that
I want the
BMC
house
did.
fixed so that it is the house we originally hired Randall to do.
And you basically wish BMC to redo everything that was done so that
Not everything.
that
Not
be-
everything, sir. Not everything.
Okay.
There's a list of items, I'm sure you guys have copies of it. There's an estimate of work. Not everything needs to be repaired,
Okay.
but the cost of repairing everything that does need to be repaired is pretty substantial.
Right. Now, look at plaintiff's exhibit 19, please, sir?
Got it.
This is an email, or at least the first page of it is an email from you to Randall, correct? February 13, 2023.
Yep, that seems
Right, the last paragraph of the first section of the email, you give a schedule that will be allowed for subs to come and do work, correct?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, and that's from Tuesdays and Thursdays between 9 and 3. And then did you say that you increased the?
Yeah, so I realized after I sent this to Randall, I actually talked to Randall after this and I said it was Tuesdays through Thursdays. I had inadvertently put and. I corrected that. His subcontractors, in our experience, a lot of them lived way up 85. They very rarely arrived at our house before 9, and they always left before 3 so they could beat traffic. I mean, that was from the beginning of this project. Very rarely did work go beyond 3 o'clock. So I established it as a 9 to 3. And it was supposed to be, again, that was a mistake on my part. And I corrected it with Randall. It was Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
Okay, 2 days or 3 days a week?
3 days.
3 days a week.
Yes.
And that only one subcontractor can be there at a time.
Correct.
Okay.
If Mr. Patterson had said, hey, I'm going to have my trim guy come in and I'm going to have my plumbing guy, they're going to be working in different areas, I probably would have allowed that. What I didn't want to have is what I saw at the very last day of trying to get us into the house. 6 contractors, 5 contractors literally working over top of themselves. We live there now. We didn't live there then. It's a much different environment.
All right. Plaintiff's Exhibit 24. This is an email from you to Randall.
Yep.
Dated September 14, 2023.
Mhm.
The first, technically the second paragraph, first sentence, since our meeting in July, that would be July of 23, you have managed the repair of BMC's improper installation of the windows and doors in the house. Thank you. So the windows and doors were properly installed as of July of 23?
Were properly installed?
Well, you say you have managed the repair
Yeah. Well, he
of the
managed the
improper installation.
Yes, he managed the repair through Premier Windows and Doors. They're the
Okay.
ones who came out and did the work.
So you thanked him for repairing the window.
I did, specifically the back patio door, which had never worked. We couldn't go out through our back patio door. We were told that that was installed incorrectly. Premier Windows came and fixed it. So we were able to use it. Same with some of the windows. Some of the windows were now able to open, which they weren't before.
But you're now seeking money to replace the windows, aren't you?
Well, because they're not installed correctly. Opening a window is much different than a window being put in straight. Many of these windows are off kilter. They're not plumb and square. And I'm sure that will come out through more testimony, but I'm not looking for the windows being able to open was my primary concern at this time. Premier Windows didn't really have a solve for fixing the out of plumb windows and the unsquare windows, but they were able to get the windows to be able to open and lock. The windows in the downstairs, we were never able to lock until they came and did it.
So this letter does not mean that the installation of the windows and doors had been repaired.
It doesn't necessarily mean that they're operable, but it doesn't mean that they're completely repaired, no.
Thank Think Randall understood the distinction there.
Oh, I think he did. We had
Thanked him
I
for
did thank-
repairing the windows.
I did. I was a little bit of a smart aleck comment because this had been going on so long. Thank you with an exclamation point in the middle of a sentence is not typically how I speak. I did that with intention.
Okay. Now, by the end of the year, things had apparently deteriorated. Look at plaintiff's exhibit 26, please.
Okay.
And the next to the last paragraph, you say at this point, our level of frustration in your ability to finish the project provide resolve to the structural defects, poor craftsmanship, and timely response to correct the issues outlined in previous correspondence has grown to a point of no return.
Yep.
We are retaining another contractor to repair, correct, and finish the project. You and/or your designates are not allowed on the property unless I provide you with written consent. You in effect fired BMC, right?
All intents and purposes, yes.
Okay. Now, on this project, before this letter, you had Cincy, architect. You had you or Cincy brought in an engineer on one or two occasions, right?
Since he did, yes.
Cincy. A decorator,
Correct.
any other professional assist during the BMC process?
Several. I mean, we purchased garage doors from a provider that Randall did not install the garage doors. We bought appliances. We bought
Alright.
pile that they installed. We had AquaGuard come in and do a basement encapsulation for the house.
All right, well, who was the contractor that you were going to retain?
I didn't have one then. I said, I will.
Will be. Well, who did you retain? What contractor did you
I haven't retained a
retain?
contractor.
I'm sorry?
I did not retain a contractor.
So this is an incorrect statement.
No, it says we will be.
Will be, but
I'm,
did you intend to retain a contractor and change your mind?
I'm sorry.
You say, we will be retaining another contractor
Yes.
to repair, correct, and finish the project.
Okay, yes.
But you did not retain another contractor.
We haven't retained one yet. The house has been in litigation. We had multiple contractors that we went and spoke to. A lot of contractors don't want to take a job like this on because it's such a mess and they don't want to take on somebody else's issues. So we were having a challenge trying to find somebody to do it, but at this point we were not wanting to move forward with Randall.
All right. So this was December of 23.
Yep.
What's that, 22 months ago?
Getting close to it, yes.
You have not hired a contractor to repair, correct, and finish.
No, house has been in litigation for 18 months.
Well, if you had hired a contractor
Mm-hmm.
who had provided a report and an estimate and given it to BMC, they could have reviewed that and perhaps reached some accommodation, right?
Who could have reviewed that?
BMC. If you had provided BMC with a report from a contractor
Mm-hmm.
to repair and given him an opportunity to inspect, that would have at least been a step toward resolution, wouldn't it?
Well, I didn't think there was going to be a resolution, but I guess probably when that happened would have been in 2025 when we had experts come in and we had an estimator come in and had the house looked at, and that was provided to Mr. Patterson.
So you intentionally delayed bringing experts in until this year.
Well, it was after we were sued.
Well, But you waited a year after you were sued to hire experts, didn't you?
No, they came in the end. I think when was the lawsuit in February?
I
We
believe
had
that's right.
we had individuals come. Well, we had David Paul actually was in the house, who's an expert on flooring. He was in the house in 2023. We began the process of having the house reviewed in 2024 at some point post the lawsuit.
And all of that couldn't have been done in 2023.
No, we were still working with Randall in 2023.
Couldn't have been done in March of 2024,
Well, it's about
year
when
and a
I
half
was,
ago.
at that point, I was sued.
You understand the jury's not going to go out to the house and inspect it.
I understand that.
Okay.
I wish they could.
And so but your idea is that it would be more beneficial to you if you were able to not present paid receipts for having done repairs.
I'm sorry, I'm
All
paid
right,
receipts for doing the
probably-
repairs.
If you had repaired had your house
Huh? Sure.
repaired,
Yep.
you'd have an abundance of pictures as you have here, and you would have paid receipts. This is what I had to pay to repair. But instead, we've got estimates, year and a half old estimates. And you think that's to your advantage?
Well, the reason I didn't do it is because, again, Mr. Patterson was gonna want to see the house with his expert. I'm assuming we had experts come out. I'm not an expert in construction. So going about and remodeling the house again and paying for it again doesn't guarantee a solution to this. Again, as I said before, I don't have lots of money hanging around to redo this project again. I've already done it once.
You ever write him and say, Mr. Patterson, BMC, we're going to hire a contractor to do the repair work in 60 days. You've got 60 days to come out here and look at the house so that you be fully advised. You never told him that, did you?
The only thing I think I told him was in early 2024, I think we had some correspondence where I said, look, I'm going to go out and have somebody come in and take care of and fix the house. And I'll deduct that from anything you say that I currently owe you. And he refused that. He asked me for a plan of what I would want to do. That would have been, I want to say that was early 2024. I don't remember exactly when though.
All right, look at plaintiff's exhibit 27, please, sir.
Yep, there it is.
This is also December of 23. When you told him you were going to hire a contractor. And he offered 3 alternatives. Make a financial offer, arbitration, litigation. And you did not make a financial offer, did you?
Well, I did an email before that, Exhibit 26. I think that's what we were just talking about. And in 26, that's where I believe I told him what I was going to do. He said this, and no, I wasn't going to take any of these. I wasn't going to make another offer. I'd already done one. Wasn't willing to go to arbitration. And
Why not?
my experience in my past has been good and bad, mostly bad with arbitration. It depends on who your arbitrator is. Oftentimes you don't get an opportunity to decide who that's going to be. And in my past business career, I have not been a fan of arbitration.
So you've got past experience in
Business.
legal disputes?
Yes, from a work standpoint, not necessarily
many?
me, but company.
How many? Or is that part of your your routine activity in your previous work?
No, it would be the company would be involved in things, not necessarily me individually. I just know the results of what I've seen and been involved in related to arbitration.
All right, and finally, plaintiff's exhibit 28, letter February 5, 24 from Randall, to you? Been more than a month, haven't heard from you. I guess we just have to go forward, right?
Yeah, I think there's a follow-up email to this. It's not included here that, I had told Randall in the past that his email address is one that spam filters tend to pick up, and I was having difficulty not always getting all of his emails. I can't say specific on this. I believe there's an email after this where I explained the reason why I hadn't gotten back to him.
There's, as a matter of curiosity, you acknowledge that the lien that I sent to your house was delivered by Federal Express to your front door,
That's what I'm seeing.
okay? And for whatever reason, you didn't get it.
I never
Get off the
received
front
that. No,
door.
I did not.
You don't fault BMC for that, do you?
I don't know what happened to that envelope. I see the picture. There is an envelope sitting on my front porch. I can't see it. It's a very grainy picture. I didn't receive it. Had I received it, we probably wouldn't be sitting here right now because this would have been dealt with 2 years ago. Through whatever process would have taken place at that point, or the lien that was filed on the house. I didn't find out about this until I actually received service of the
Right.
lawsuit. But,
I sent you a copy of the lawsuit, which included the lien, right?
well, actually, the first copy didn't. It was excluded.
That's
And then
right. By mistake, I left it out, but.
right, Mr. Sherman took care
Mr.
of that.
Sherman, okay. And you think if you had known about the lien when it was filed, rather than when you got a copy of it in the lawsuit, the matter could have been resolved, but it can't be resolved now.
Well, there's a lien on my house that until this matter is resolved, there's a lien on my house.
That's right. Thank you, sir. No more questions.
All right, thank you for your, you can step down, sir. Thank you for your attention today, members of the jury. We will pick it back up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I believe we would be able to start much closer to 9 tomorrow. So again, make your best efforts to be here right at that time, and we will be here ready to go. I believe we'll have some more questions for Mr. Richmond from the defense at that time, and we'll take it from there. So unless there's anything else, we'll see you back. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, and don't do any research. See you tomorrow. All right, anything to take up on behalf of the plaintiff before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
We'll see you tomorrow morning, ready to go at 9 o'clock. Thank you all. We're off the record.
Oh, I see. I can check with IT on that and let you know in the morning. I'll make a note for myself, or I can. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Probably anyway.
Be back.
I will. Yes.
No, we're gonna leave them up here.
That's theirs.
That's theirs, these are ours.
I just leave it here.
Same here.
How long you think tomorrow, Jim?
Well, I've got, I'm gonna have Brian, and then I'm gonna have, my three experts back to back to back. And then I'll put in my fees and then that'll be it. I don't know that you'll have. By tomorrow, but
Well, I like to.
I tell you what, I mean, it's, you know how it is. I'll know better once we get to. the flow
Probably by
tomorrow.
lunchtime. Like,
And I'll let you know if I think I'm gonna, if there'll be time in the afternoon for you to start. How about
Right.
that?
Appreciate it.
Sure.
I think that's, that is a relief. So,
I would tell you otherwise. I would tell you otherwise. We have. Okay, so
So you say, can you put that in the other room,
you need to chill out.
please?
This good, that's right. He's here. What? You want me to set in something briefless? Did you lock it? Did you lock it?
You know, the combination. So do I.
I knew you were gonna say that. Oh, my goodness. I knew you were gonna say that. Maybe it's fine, right? I'm gonna sleep tonight. I'm sorry.